All right, there we are. Alive and well. Welcome everyone to session 17 of Adventures in Emathan. We will start out as we usually do with a little recap of last session. So, can't have a recap without recap music. Okay, so as the last session began, it was the 35th day of the first Trigon of Nool's influence at approximately 11 a.m. Might have been 10:59, but we'll leave that to conjecture. The party had been led to a private dining room not far from the throne room where they had rescued Emdan. Hordram and Endam had gone to prepare for the arrival of King Dulmar. After only a few minutes alone, a dozen dwarves entered and began to prepare the dining room for the promised meal. Shortly after the preparations were complete, King Dulmar, Hordam, and Endan entered the dining room. Dulmar dismissed his guards and informed the party that lunch was to be an informal affair. He thanked the party for what they had done and gave them the promised elder steel. He told the party that they were in the clan's favor and would be granted an audience with himself without question if they ever returned to Frostmount. Emdam thanked the party for saving him and gave each a potion of heroism. In addition, he gave Landis a scroll of lightning bolt as a thank you for destroying the tome that had possessed him. He offered for Landis to return one day so that the two could discuss magic. With lunch complete, Hordam escorted the party back to the gates of Ironhold, where they parted ways. The party returned to Winterberry and presented Jandar with the Elder Steel. He was surprised the party had returned so quickly, thinking that getting the Elder Steel would have been more difficult. The party headed off to bed with the discussion to go to the Shattered Lands in the morning. At first light, Jandar transported the party into the Shattered Lands, a strange land made up of huge islands of rock floating above the ground below, a result of the devastation that had occurred in the area during the gods' anger. After a short exploration of the rock islands, the party met Render. One of the Forsaken that Jandar had told them lived in the Shattered Lands. Render agreed to take the party to the Voidwater pool inside of a nearby cave. Inside the cave, the party saw a large black water lake with lightning streaking throughout it. Drips of void water appeared out of nowhere, falling into the water below. In the lake was an island with a well. Render had warned the party that they should only take the void water from the well to avoid being electrocuted. The party filled their water skins with void water and prepared to leave. With a bright flash, two large lightning snakes appeared from the lake and attacked. The snakes dealt heavy damage with blasts of lightning, and the party decided it would be best to retreat. The snakes were not willing to let them go as a third snake appeared and blocked the way out. The battle raged on, with the party finding it difficult to deal damage to these creatures without becoming damaged themselves. With Douglan and Nightingale down, and only one snake remaining, Landis shot forth a volley of magic missiles that, with the unpredictable nature of magic in the Shattered Lands, multiplied tenfold, destroying the snake. The party limped from the cave and with Render's help returned to Winterberry. Once again, the party met with Jandar and presented him with the Void Water. After a brief discussion about how best to deal with the Banshee and get the required witchwood, the party headed off to their room to rest and recover. As today's session begins, it is early morning on the 37th day of the first Trigon of Nool's influence. The party has just arisen from their sleep and are preparing to depart for Winterberry Keep, where they will attempt to acquire the necessary witchwood, the final material required for the construction of the Sickle of the Moon.
Or as we like to call it, the moon sickle.
The dreaded moon sickle.
Yes, you do, don't you? Alrighty. So yes, it is early morning. You have arisen in Winterberry. You're just sort of making preparations in your room to prepare to leave for the Old Winterberry Keep.
Anyone walking by Nightingale's room that morning just hears a clattering of sounds and bangs and bings and almost like someone's talking to themselves in there as Nightingale prepares for his day.
We all had our own rooms, right?
No, it was just one big sort of a common room that they had given you guys.
Got it. But there's some places where one could find some privacy if.
Yeah, you shot up in the corner.
Yeah. Yeah. There's a tweaker sitting over there by the oak tree on the other side of it.
So Nightingale this morning is going to create a persona to go to the Banshees. He's pulled out of his bag of disguised paraphernalia. He's wearing very colorful, fancy clothes, his fanciest dress. So it's very floofy, big puffy collars, and he's got tight little blonde curly hair now, and his cheeks are bright rosy. And he's carrying his lute around with him everywhere he goes. And he would like to be recalled Randall Lovelace.
Randall
Lovelace is my name.
Excellent. Better write that one down.
Gonna have to write, yeah.
All right, so what are we doing here, folks?
Well, sometime in the night, Mr. Lafferty, with obviously a heavy weight on his shoulders and basically feeling pretty low, inept, incompetent, impotent, any one of those M's. He experimented in the early evening. Went off by himself and mixed up a dark liquid familiar to what he found in Professor Enevis's lab many years ago. One key ingredient that he had been lacking was the void water. So against probably good judgment, he just put a drop in to complete what he thinks will help him and drank it. A couple hours later, he comes to because he had passed out on the floor, doesn't remember anything. He gets up. He doesn't feel any different. Wasn't visited by any shadow monster or any visions or whatnot, and just remembers the task at hand. Still has in the back of his head, how things are going to go today, but at least he shifts to a purpose, which is to make something based on the recommendation of Jandar that the Banshee likes. Trade wants something beautiful is his interpretation. So he is going to take the owl bear feathers. He is going to basically try to make a beautiful necklace with all of his tools and contraptions that he has. And he remembers that I believe Nightingale had some rubies, and he's going to ask him if he could have one, part of the presentation of a necklace that he would like to make for this Banshee.
You
And
want to have one of Lovelace's rubies? Want my rubies?
Douglan, have you seen Nightingale? Anyone? Landis, have you seen? I need a ruby. I have a necklace that it needs a gem of some kind to complete it. It's just not. Will be incomplete.
Landis will look over to Lafferty and be like, "That's Nightingale Lafferty. He was up all morning putting that get up on."
Right. Well, Nightingale, could I have a
Randall Lovelace, my man.
Randall Lovelace? Yes. Okay.
Yes.
Could I please have one of the rubies? I will try to recompensate you when I have some more funds, but I think this is going to be very important for us to present, and maybe we can avoid another fight.
Darling, you can have one of Randolph's rubies anytime. And he'll reach in the pouch and pull out one of the rubies and gingerly hand it over.
Thank you. And yeah, he's going to try to make a owlbear feather ruby necklace. He's going to add a little bit of magical tinkering. Part of the things that he can do is he can make an item glow. So once he taps it, it stays indefinitely. So
Nice.
Oh, that is gorgeous.
do you think so?
I think she will love it.
Oh, I hope so. I really don't want to tangle with a Banshee, from what I've heard.
Lafferty, it's all we have, so it's the best we're gonna do.
I hope she likes it. And he kind of looks really nervous down, like, oh my God, I hope I did okay. I hope I did okay. This has got to work. This has got to work. This is, he's like mumbling to himself as he finishes up.
So we will, once everybody's kind of settled in, and what are we calling this necklace?
We should call it Jandar. Do we know the Banshee's name? I assume we don't just
Phelan, I believe.
Phelan. You guys talked about it before you went to bed that night. Phelan.
Got it.
Hazelhold.
Phelan Hazelhold, yes.
How about Phelan's Desire?
Whatever you want to call it, darling.
I'm not very good with creative names. Nightingale, you're usually the one that talks well. I'm not. I can make things, but I'm not usually very good at talking. So,
Phelan's heart is perfect. Perfect.
that sounds pretty good, Nightingale or Lovelace. What the hell's your name?
Randolph,
Randolph.
darling. Randolph Lovelace.
Randolph
And
Lovelace.
if Mrs. Hazelhold should ask, you have brought me from the kingdom of Allegon to sing her praise as a gift. I have traveled a long way to meet this woman, and I hope to woo her with song.
You're gonna sing?
I plan to write her a symphony.
All right then.
Well, shall we get to this, darling, before I lose my motivation?
All right. The four of you make your way over to Jandar's study, where he is waiting for you, just sort of appears to be sipping on some tea and looking about the village, and he sees the four of you approaching. And good morning, gentlemen. You are ready for this next adventure?
As ready as we can ever be facing a Banshee.
Before I transport you there, do you have any other questions about Phelan or the Old Winterberry Keep?
Yeah, as a matter of fact, usually Banshees are somewhat of an isolated, well, I'm not going to call her a monster just yet, but any chance there's anything else there?
Well, there is always a chance, Douglan, but nothing that I am aware of that I could warn you about.
You don't by chance have anything that could protect us against her scream, do you?
I was going to say, any protection you could offer?
Unfortunately, no. There is nothing that can save plugging your ears, can protect you from a banshee's wail. Your best protection would be not to get her to that point.
Well, best laid
Landis
plans than old.
looks over at Nightingale like, that will be seen.
Now, I do have one final warning for you. Old Winterberry Keep itself is cursed. It was this curse that cost Phelan and her husband their lives. As you approach the keep, you will find the weather will turn quite sour. This will not endanger you anyway. It will simply be an annoyance. Expect rain and wind and thunder to increase in intensity as you approach and enter the keep. Again, this is strictly an annoyance.
Curse.
Sounds wonderful. I can't wait to go.
Was this
Then you're ready?
a self-imposed curse, or did somebody put this on the keep?
Nobody understands exactly where the curse came from. As the story of Old Winterberry Keep goes, the second story of the keep one evening simply exploded outwards, killing Phelan and her husband and many who were calling the keep their home at that point. From that point on, the keep has been cast into an endless thunderstorm. You cannot see it the further away you get. It only becomes visible to those who approach and enter the keep. Maybe it's to keep them away from Phelan. I'm not sure.
Well, this should be interesting. I think we're ready as we'll ever be. Lafferty, you ready, bud?
Yeah. He looks over it again. Is it straight? Yeah, I think it's straight. I'm ready. Let's go.
All right. With that, Jandar works his magic, and you all step into the tree. And when you step out, you're right on the tree line. There's maybe 100 feet between the tree line and the keep. Almost nothing is growing in this circular area between where the tree line is and the keep. It's just, there's a bit of gnarled grass and dirt. And you notice, although where you are right now is a fairly nice day, you can see in the distance the ground looks wet, almost as if it's being rained upon.
We're still in the druid's domain, right?
Nope.
Oh,
you have traveled
okay,
through.
Sorry.
Yep.
Got it.
Jandar has transported you to the edge of the forest here, and you can see the keep in the distance, with this clearing all around it. The trees come up all around the keep. The trees kind of seem to grow up to about 100 feet or so away from and then there's just scraggly grass and dirt from there to the keep itself.
Landis will walk over to Lafferty and kind of put his hand on Lafferty's shoulder and be like, "My friend, you're with us today, right? You seemed a little troubled last night.
Yeah, no, I'm fine. I'm fine. Yeah.
I'll need all your wits today."
Yes. No, yes, I understand. It's a very, very dangerous creature. We need to stay focused. Yes.
Then how about you send Pez to have a look around?
Oh, yes. That's a great idea. Off it goes.
All right, I will share the map, the overhead view, which is essentially what Pez will get flying over the area.
Oh my.
Goodness gracious.
And we're about 100 feet out from that, correct?
You're about 100 feet out from that, yes. So
Are we...
Pez, that's what you're looking down upon, or I guess Lafferty is the one I should be referring to. I assume you're in eyes closed mode, seeing through Pez's eyes.
Yes.
Yeah, this is what you see.
And whereabouts are we north face, like south?
You're directly south of this map, and Lafferty, you're literally looking down into the old keep.
Mm-hmm.
Like Jandar had described, the entire second floor is just gone, and you're looking down into what would be the first floor of the keep.
Got it. Like the second floor was blown off. Just
exactly. Yeah.
Got it. Okay.
There's bits and pieces of it all around this clearing, but it literally looks like it had just exploded upwards and outwards away from the keep itself.
Anything moving?
Nothing in this area seems to be moving at all.
Can Pez fly down and perch like on, I would say, this looks like a stairway maybe right there. So can he perch right there? You see that?
No.
Yeah.
Sure.
Right. Yep. Yeah. Right on that lip there.
Just up on the. That's an old turret, an old tower, or what's left of it. Yeah, you certainly can perch up on the top. That's up about 20 feet or so from the ground below.
So that little circular is a stairwell to the first floor, not down.
However you want to look at it, it goes up or down, but it goes up onto the wall level. That's all the ways around.
Okay.
Yep.
Yeah, because I'm not seeing anything going down. Huh.
Yep, that stair goes down to the ground level.
No, I know, but it's all open, right?
It's all open, yeah, as you see it.
Okay. Well, I think...
Shall we walk into the front door since, we're not being deceitful? We're trying to have a meeting with this woman.
Oh, yeah. I mean, it's just an owl. But yeah, sure. I was going to have him kind of...
I'm not talking your owl meeting the woman, silly. Let's us go meet the woman. Dear Lord.
Douglan's like, oh, I'm going to really like Randall. Really like Randall. All right.
After you, big man with the big stick.
It's your idea. You go.
Yeah,
you're the one with the fancy tongue.
Nightingale's, or sort of Randolph has got his loot in front of him. As he walks by Douglan, he walks on ahead. And he'll begin to walk towards the front gates. With
all right, I am going to
others in tow.
As you approach, first you notice a strong wind starts to kind of blow around you guys.
I thought it was Randall.
And some thunder. And as you get close, it begins to rain on you. So literally, as you're walking towards the old keep, it starts to get darker, and you notice clouds are building over top of you. Kind of gets windy, and you start to hear thunder, rain, and now, you're within 15 feet or so of the keep. It's like it's darkish. It's way cooler than it was before you started to walk towards the keep. It's raining, windy, thunder. You're just like, well, Jandar wasn't kidding.
Lafferty's like, the probability of a storm being just isolated over this keep is very slim, and if not impossible. I won't say impossible, improbable. Something tells me this is not natural.
Well, he did mention a curse. They've been known to manifest themselves in many strange ways. Are you dropping us on there?
I will do so right now. There you are.
So as Randolph is walking forward, as he gets close to the gate, he looks back to the others. Should we announce our presence, or just simply enter and hope we run into the gal?
Didn't Jandar say there'd be other things here? Or did I not hear him correctly?
He said that there may be, but as far as he knows, it's just her. Who knows what else may have taken up residence in this abode?
All right.
I wouldn't suggest we let our guard down.
No, definitely not. So can I have Pez go right there?
You don't you have a Pez you can use?
He does. Nightingale, I'll just keep calling him Nightingale. Randolph will walk over and put his hand gently on Douglan's arm, and he'll be like, "Summon your courage, for these are the days where legends are made," and I'll give you a bardic inspiration to use in case you need one.
He kind of perks up a little bit. You've got the right of it, lad.
And just so you know, Douglan, your guy's already prone.
Of course he is. Of course he is.
I guess we better remove that.
Nightingale, I see, is also
You don't
prone.
need to. Just leave it.
Even before we get started, he's
Just
already
leave it.
prone.
Can you remove it from Nightingale as well, please?
Absolutely.
Me and you were crawling on our bellies like serpents.
Whoa, that was a rough one.
All right. What are we doing?
Well, we will continue to march forward. We'll kind of walk up to the entrance of the keep.
Okay, or where the entrance used to be.
And I will have a gander in as I'm looking about.
All right. Everything in here, from a ground condition standpoint, literally looks like it's been raining for days. So there's puddles of water everywhere. Everything is wet. You can see the doors, literally were knocked to the ground at some point. Whether that was a part of when the keep was first cursed. You don't see much of, you can see what you can see on the map in terms of just the rubble around. The stairwell going up into the keep. One of the two doors is knocked down. One is hanging precariously on its hinges. The place is in very, very poor condition.
Lafferty's going to ask, Landis, do you mind if you kind of guide me? I'm just going to put my hand on your shoulder so I can kind of send Pez on ahead, so we can get a better look through me. Is that okay?
Of course, my friend. And in that same moment, you hear Landis whisper a little arcane, "Armorus protect us!" And casts mage armor. I'm not getting caught a second time without it.
And then Pez is going to kind of go over here.
Okay. Just lots of, what strikes Lafferty through Pez is how the rubble didn't come down inside of the first floor of the keep. As Jandar explained, it literally exploded outwards away from the keep, leaving this whole top area just open, as if the entire second floor was just lifted off and thrown away.
When Landis walks up next to Randolph, he'll be like, "Randolph, perhaps we should head inside the main structure to have a look around first, and then we'll check the grounds out." I couldn't agree more. Perhaps he would offer some shelter. And he'll move up to the stairwell. Lafferty will follow along, or with Landis.
Wherever Landis is going, that's where Lafferty's going. Yeah.
That's where everybody's going.
Yeah. And meanwhile, I'll just keep going to random spots. Colin, just let me know of something.
Looking for movement?
Yeah, movement and just anything.
Landis will ask Lafferty if he has spotted the tree yet, where we're supposed to get the wood.
Pez remembers. Well, he does. Over there, he's a tree.
Yeah. That is a tree, and it does, from Jandar's description, Lafferty, that would appear to be the witchwood tree.
Okay.
And Lafferty, what is that against the western wall? Is that suits of armor or something?
Yeah, he's going to look down at those three things.
Training dummies.
Training dummies.
Training dummies.
Yeah.
Okay, Colin, now that we're there,
So Lafferty can kind of let everyone know the path, because he kind of got a bird's eye view, literally.
We're going to head into where that banner is. So I'm going to head here and then in through there, if nothing jumps out at me and stops me from doing so.
Nothing jumps out at you and stops you from doing so.
Lafferty, you blind bat, keep up.
Trying to move too many people here.
Open your damn eyes, fool.
No, I'm gonna keep with Pez.
So the you get the feeling that room you're in was probably like a maybe a throne room or an audience room of some sort, at some point in the past. Obviously in pieces now.
Without really asking permission, Randolph will be, "Lady Phelan, hello." He'll call it out.
Without asking permission.
Oh, I do believe I've got her attention.
You just hear the strange sound, but you don't see anything.
Lafferty, do you see anything out there?
Do I? Pez is just clocking everything in this courtyard here.
Nothing. Lafferty, you don't see anything.
These are like pews kind of seats or tables?
Benches.
Benches.
Yeah.
Randolph will stand up on one of the benches and be like, Lady Phelan Hazelhold, we have come calling.
Scheitzer. Is that a wing?
Yes. Looks like an old statue. There's another wing outside there.
Jeez. Oh, there it is. Perhaps we should go closer to the tree. Maybe that'll get our attention.
Are we able to exit that side of the building where it's all blown out, Colin?
You could easily climb down and across the old portcullis and...
Well, Douglan, you follow after me.
Shall?
Watch your step, Lafferty. Lots of rubble on the ground here. Perhaps being present is more necessary now.
Yes. Pez is going to stay up there, though. But I'll come back to me.
We're going to move into the courtyard, Colin.
Alrighty.
I run up to the tree, I rip a branch off and teleport out of there. See you, suckers! Joking. I don't have that capability yet.
I don't have teleport.
I misty step 30 feet away. Oh, that really backfired.
Hey, as long as it's on the other side of the wall.
Yeah. Ooh.
You're golden. They're out.
Yeah.
So, Lafferty...
Again, Randolph will call out, Phelan Hazelhold, we request an audience.
Douglan's like, tell her we got her a gift.
We bring gifts.
Why have you come here?
I peed a little.
Yeah. Lafferty's like... little PTSD.
I wasn't even watching when you did that. I literally jumped.
Perfect.
Woo! I'm ready. Composure. Lady
Why
Hazelhold.
have you come here?
We have come to honor your beauty and ask of you some wood from the tree.
Why do you require wood from the tree?
Should I tell her, Douglan?
So, we're trying to avoid a fight. Just say, yeah, or what it's for.
Lady Hazelhold, we require wood from the tree, for we are building a sickle of the harvest moon. We cannot do it without your assistance. We are at your mercy.
All right. Lafferty, you're not in seeing through the eyes of mode anymore, right?
No.
But I would assume Pez would make some effort to warn you if it saw something.
Yeah, I mean, it telepathically communicates with me if there's...
Yeah.
It does this.
Holy shit! Holy shit!
Look up here!
Starts doing the crows do sometimes.
Yeah.
The fence. All right.
It makes a bird
Pez
sound.
sees something inside of the keep.
Which way? Sorry.
Just in that most northwestern room where the tables and chairs are.
Got it. Lafferty tells.
Yeah. It sees movement in there.
Douglan, Pez says there's some movement coming from right up there. So
Randolph will venture over to the door and inspect it as only he can.
All right.
With an investigation, maybe, for disarming traps or anything like that, any arcane ruins, I'm checking for it all.
Okay, so those doors are closed, but Nightingale, they look like if you gave them a good rap, they would just fall down. They're hanging on by a hope and a prayer.
Well, then Randolph will... Let me just move.
Lafferty's, without touching it, going to start looking at the wood, at the tree.
Randolph will put, his loot's kind of hanging around him, and he'll push the door open.
Okay.
Hey, Lady Hazelhold, are you in here?
Both, as you push on them, both doors just fall into the ground.
Very subtle, Nightingale. Randall.
I was always told to make a grand entrance. He'll walk in on top of the doors, rather boldly.
All right. Lafferty. Directly behind you, you hear movement.
Ghost! Guys?
You will answer my questions.
Guys? Yes.
Who sent you for the wood?
I believe it was. Well, you see, it's really a long story. It has to do with beings from another plane that are fighting against a very, very bad people, the Gith Yankee. Have you heard of the Gith Yankee? Yeah, see, they're trying to take over another realm, and the Githithor are trying to hold them back, and the only way
Silence!
Landis, you have seen this Banshee materialize behind Lafferty. She turns over towards you, and she kind of moves over, and she's looking across at Landis.
You will tell me who sent you.
Landis will give her a polite bow and be like, Lady Hazelhold, we've been sent here by Jandar.
The druid sent you?
We are working with the druids to build the sickle we need for our cause.
The druid has sent you to collect the witchwood.
The druid has sent us here to request from you some of the witchwood, in which we hope to return such kindness with a gift or two.
She seems pleased.
She seems pleased by this line of conversation so far, Landis.
Landis will kind of try to get Nightingale and Douglan's attention. And he'll kind of take a step towards the Banshee.
Come to me.
Was Landis able to get Douglan and Nightingale's attention through the doorway? Guys, she's out here.
They can hear what's, like, obviously they can hear what's, oops, sorry.
Just
Gotta
do the
remember,
rest of it like
I gotta
that,
remember
Colin.
to switch back and forth, or I'll
Just do the
terrorize
rest
you
of it.
guys.
No, it's okay, man. The power of Christ compels you, my brother.
Yeah, they can hear what's going on.
Landis will again take 2 steps closer, leaving some distance as Nightingale kind of begins to walk down the stairs. He'll be like, "My lady Hazelhold, are you interested in our gift and in exchange for some of the wood?"
You have brought me a gift.
Landis will look over to Lafferty. Lafferty, present Miss Hazelhold with our gift.
I gave it to Randall.
Randall will be like, "My lady Hazelhold," and he'll stroll down the steps to stand by Landis. He's like, "It is my great honor to offer to you this beautiful piece of jewelry we have named Phelan's Heart." And he'll pull out the necklace and present it to her.
She moves back further into the shadow, and you notice that as she moves more into shadow, her form takes on more of her original look. So as she moves closer to the light, she becomes hideous. You know, this hideous elven woman. But as she moves back into the darkness, she looks more and more like her original self. And she moves back as far into the shade as she can, giving her not such a terrifying look. And she turns towards Randolph.
Please bring it to me.
A little uneasy approaching a Banshee melee range, if I should meta a little. Randolph will slowly approach her and kind of laying the necklace. You have to tap the gem to make it glow, is that correct?
I believe it was glowing all the time.
Yeah,
since it
I
was
tapped it,
manufactured.
and the effect is indefinite. So
He'll hold up the gem. He's like, "This finely crafted necklace is made of owlbell feathers and the purest ruby. Its beauty is so that it is glowing, much like yourself."
She's got her hands sort of clasped in front of her, and as she reaches out towards Nightingale, her hand moving more into the light, Nightingale, you can literally see like the flesh rotting off her hand as she moves her hand out towards collecting the gift.
I will attempt to keep my cool and not stare. Flicking the dead skin off my hand.
All right, she takes the item and brings it back, and she looks at it. Nightingale, you can see she's quite enamored by it. And right in front of your eyes, she just fades away.
My lady?
Did it work? Did it work?
Did our gift not please you, my dear? Shall I sweeten the deal with a song, perhaps?
Yes. Please sing to me. The voice.
The voice just seems to be coming from everywhere.
Okay. Well, Nightingale will walk up to the top of the stairs and he'll sit down upon the stairs, nice and cross his legs and pull out his lute. And he'll begin to play a little tune. Bear with me, fellas. You're in for a treat.
Oh boy. First time ever.
So no one told you your life was going to end up this way. Your day's a joke. Your heart is broke. Your love life's DOA. It's like you're always stuck in here, my dear. Has it been a day, a week, a month, or 700 years? I'll remember you until your sky falls. I'll remember you until the end of it all. I'll remember you, this promise to you, my dear. Phelan Hazelhold, I'll remember you. And then he'll collapse like, I took everything out of him. Do I need to roll a performance check, or was that?
Yeah, absolutely. Let's get a performance check. Let's
Come
see
on,
what
does he get
Fei
inspiration or
Lin. Let's see
something?
what Fei Lin thought of that.
Did that not show up?
Mm-mm.
Nope.
Oh, I see why. Sorry. What is going on with all this transformation stuff that's there? Performance. Come on. Oh, of course it would roll it again.
I mean, that's a solid 13.
It is a solid 13. Hey, I'm not the greatest singer in the world. It's
So
fitting.
you moved up. This was your little stage up there, was it?
That is correct, yes.
Okay.
I mean, I just rolled for my experimental elixir. I don't know why it's on you. Sorry about. I don't know. Sorry.
Okay.
Go ahead.
I approve of you taking the witchwood. But you must leave as soon as you have what you need.
Yeah.
Your generosity and kindness will not be forgotten, Miss Hazelhold. Nightingale and Landis kind of look over to Lafferty.
Yeah. He's gonna tentatively go over there, and with shaking hands, he's gonna take what we need. Jean d'Arc kind of explained how much we need, right?
Yeah, basically you're looking for a piece big enough that they can carve the handle for the sickle.
Okay. So he's gonna look for one, and
Phelan reappears just behind Douglan and Lafferty, watching. Again, she's trying to keep herself as far back in the shadow as possible to have the best possible image showing forth.
And Lafferty is just going to look for a piece just big enough.
So Lafferty, as you approach now, you've read a little bit about witchwood trees. This witchwood tree is definitely dead, so harvesting wood from it will be as easy as finding the piece you want and going crack.
Excellent.
Because it's very dried out, and it won't be a difficult harvest.
I'm glad because Lafferty's hands are shaking.
Yeah, let's hope he doesn't have to make a strength check.
Oh, damn it. Pez, can you help me, please?
Colin, as Lafferty is getting this wood, Landis is going to kind of walk to here and see if out this way is a clear way for us to exit quickly.
It is. You can crawl over that rubble and get out that way.
Well, then he'll signal to Douglan and be like, kind of.
Douglan will kind of always face her and, kind of back up.
All right. Lafferty, you have the necessary piece. I will.
Thank you, ma'am.
I'm just gonna drag this onto Lafferty's character sheet.
Triple-aged. This branch from a rich wood tree is very dark and hard.
All right. All right. You're making your way out.
Yeah, we'll head out that side entrance if possible.
I give you one warning as you leave. Never return.
As you wish, my lady.
I do wish.
Randolph runs.
Run away!
I say we head to the edge of that clearing and circle back along the edge of the clearing. Douglan?
Around this way, around to the west. Yeah. Well, I'll send Pez up and just make sure kind of there's nothing going on there.
No.
So we're going to walk to the edge of the clearing and then kind of walk back around to where we teleported in.
We're walking to the end of the world because there's obviously no other world past that. And
as you walk away from the old keep, the weather returns to the clear sunny day that you first found at the edge of the forest.
Does anybody else feel like they've been holding their breath that whole time? Good Lord, that woman. Obviously out of earshot. Oh, well out of earshot.
Oh God, she heard me.
At least you didn't get your skin on you.
Oh my goodness gracious. She was terrifying.
I almost feel sorry for the deer stuck in that shamble of a home.
Well, makes you wonder what she did to get into that state.
Perhaps it wasn't anything she did. Perhaps it was Mr. Hazelhold's jealousy that caused this curse.
You say so.
All right, I am going to unshare this map as you prepare to return to Winterberry.
It's always so awkward when we got to strip naked and dance around with those twigs in our hands. Like,
I don't think this is the way Jandar described it. Why do
Randall's
we keep
the only
this?
one doing it. You don't have to do that, lad. You know that. You can keep your clothes on.
I heard it was optional.
All right. You return to Winterberry with the wood. It's literally only been like an hour since you left. Jandar is just sitting in his study, and he sees you guys step out of the tree just outside of his study that he creates the portal in all of the time, and he sees all of you step out, and he says, is everything all right?
I believe so. We've got some wood.
That quickly? Then your interaction with Phelan went well. Your offering was accepted.
Douglan chimes in, slaps Lafferty right on the back. This lad right here created a fantastic necklace with a glowing ruby. She was mesmerized by it. But my goodness, that woman is terrifying.
She is indeed, both in her life now and her life of the past. She was terrifying.
Jandor.
Yes.
What did she do to get into that state?
Well, unfortunately, elven women who cause pain and suffering in their lives as elves are often doomed to become banshees. And Phelan was very vain and very abusive of her husband's love for her. And that pain and suffering she caused him is now the pain and suffering that she must suffer forevermore.
Randolph will be like, okay, my guess was wrong. It was her. Jandar, I can't help but ask, she seemed to know who you are. Have you visited her before?
I have. Many, many years ago, I went to acquire witchwood from the keep. And I had my own interaction with her, which thankfully went as well as yours.
She told us to never come back. Did she tell you the same?
She did. And I have not.
And that's why we needed to go in your stead, correct?
Indeed. It would appear that Phelan's generosity only goes so far.
Lafferty, shall you present your wood to Mr. Jandar?
I knew at some point that was just going to have to happen.
Lafferty takes a moment. Oh, yes, the branch, yes. There you go.
Of course, boy. What did you think I was talking about?
The tree, yes.
Witchwood. The witchwood.
Of course.
So Jandar says, if you could all wait in your accommodations, I will regather you shortly, and we will discuss the final preparations that will be necessary to create the sickle. Landis, could you please remain behind?
I certainly can, Jandar. Gentlemen, I'll join you shortly.
Jandar says, Landis, please have a seat.
He'll sit down. What can I do for you?
Unfortunately, Landis, I have some bad news for you. While you were away this morning, Mud passed.
Oh. It was peaceful, I hope.
It was indeed. Rula discovered him. She thought at first he may just be sleeping, but indeed he had passed. As we speak, several of my people are moving mud to a hidden tomb we have not far from here. But Rula has a message she would like to pass on to you from Mud, if you are prepared to listen to it at this time.
Yes, please.
So Rula had been hiding behind Jandar, and she kind of comes out and stands on the table. You can see she's quite nervous. She's all teary-eyed, and she turns to Landis.
Hello, Landis. As you know, my name is Rula. And Mud and I were friends. He wanted me to tell you this. He knew it was his time, Landis, and he wanted me to pass on this message to you. So this is what he said for me to tell you. Landis, my old friend, my time has come to leave this world for whatever lies beyond. Please do not feel sad for me, as I have lived a very good life. A very good life that you gave me. You are a great man, Landis, and you will do many great things before you join me. I will be waiting, but don't rush. The world needs you for now.
And with that, she breaks down and flies off. As you can imagine, Landis, this has been difficult for Rula, and I'm sure it is for yourself. But I do believe you knew that it was Mud's time.
We had been companions for some time now, and he had slowed down quite a bit. I feel fortunate that I had the opportunity to hear from him before he left. I'd like to give Rula a gift, if you wouldn't mind.
I'm sure she would very much appreciate that.
Landis will pull his spell book out from behind his back, and you see he flips through the pages, and as he's flipping, every now and then a drawing will come up of Mud. And the first one is of him as a puppy. The next one is him slightly older playing in a mud puddle. Flips through a bit more, and then there's adult Mud, and then he flips to the page with Mud and Rula, and he rips that page out and gives it to Jandar. I hope you will tell Rula that I am grateful for her assistance, and I'm glad I was able to share that friendship with Mud with someone who appreciated it.
I will make sure that Rula gets this picture when she returns. I know that she will treasure it always.
Would it be possible for me to see him one last time before he's closed in?
You may visit him anytime you wish. If you'd like to go now, I will have one of my acolytes take you.
I'll just inform my friends, and then I would like to see him. And he'll get up and walk back to the room with the rest of the troop. And coming in a little, he's very stoic. You know, he's not tearful, but there's definitely a rain cloud above his head, as I will put it. And Landis will address the group. Douglan, Nightingale, Lafferty. I have been informed that Mud is passed on. And I'm about to visit his final resting place to say my farewells, and I offer you all the same respect. I hope all of you were able to get to know the guy a little bit before this terrible moment, but yeah, I just wanted to let you all know that I will be gone for a short time.
Douglan comes over and just gives him a big bear hug. He's starting to mist up a little bit. Go say your goodbyes, lad, and goes the other way. Seeing that, Lafferty comes over and then just goes the other way. Doesn't know what to say or how to interact.
As awkward as it could be.
Yeah.
Nightingale walks up and be like, if you don't mind, Landis, I would love to come pay my final respects to Mud. He was a interesting case, that fella. Big and doggy and everything. Landis is like, I would appreciate that. Thank you. And him and Nightingale will head back to Jandar's room to follow that acolyte.
Yeah, the acolyte is waiting just outside of Jandar's study. He takes you down to the ground level. You only wander away maybe 30 minutes or so to a hillside where there's a hidden tomb that they bring the druids when they pass, and they have laid Mud in there amongst all of their kin who have been laid in there in the past.
Nightingale will kind of follow just slightly behind Landis as they enter, and Landis will walk over and kind of kneel down next to Mud. And again,
so they've kind of put his body in such a way it looks like he's just sleeping there.
Landis kind of rubs his head a little, and again he pulls that book out and he flips to the first page that has Mud as a little puppy, and he writes Mud's name on it, and he rips it out and he folds it up carefully and tucks it in underneath Mud's head. And Nightingale says a prayer for him, the finest prayer he can say, sending Mud off to the land of endless bones and game to chase. And they spend a few little quiet moments, and then Landis gets up and slowly turns, and they walk out and head back.
Alrighty. As Nightingale and Landis leave, the acolyte triggers a stone that kind of rolls across the entranceway, keeping the tomb closed, and a little bit of druid magic, vines and vegetation seem to grow over top of the stone immediately, so that you can't even tell that there's anything there.
Nightingale looks over to Landis and he's like, well, it's quite the honor these druids have given Mud. Indeed, I am honored myself. And they...
All right, the acolyte takes you back to Winterberry through one of the... You don't have to take the lifty thing. He takes you up a sort of a hidden stairwell that goes up into the village. You're family now, so...
Excellent. Nightingale kind of hurries on ahead, runs into Douglan and Lafferty, be like, so guys, this is an exciting time. Douglan, we've got all the components for the Sickle. We'll be back to the tea and char in no time.
That is good news after this sad one, huh?
Silver lining in every cloud. At least I'd like to think so.
So the acolyte comes and collects the rest of the party and asks you all to join Jandar in his study.
Okay.
You guys make your way there, and you're all seated, and in usual fashion, there tea before discussion. So he makes sure everyone has a topped up glass of tea, and he says, well, first of all, I would like to begin by saying that I am very impressed with your ability to collect the materials required for the Sickle. I did believe that this would take much longer than you were able to achieve it in, and I commend all of you in that. It most certainly shows that you are dedicated to the cause of the Sickle's creation. Now, in order for the Sickle to be properly assembled, we must wait until dark, when the moon is directly over our village. At that time, we can perform the final ceremony that will be necessary to turn what would normally just be a sickle into the sickle of the moon. You are free to spend your time here in the village. Once it is dark, we will begin the ceremony. Do you have any questions before we begin?
How long is the ceremony? How long does it take to combine all of the elements? And am I allowed to watch?
Oh, you will not only watch, you will be involved.
Oh, really? Wonderful.
The sickle blade has already been forged. We simply now need to go through the process to properly prepare the metal and to add the handle. The ceremony itself will take maybe no more than 15 to 20 minutes of final preparations.
That's fantastic.
It is the timing of the ceremony that is important. The ceremony itself does not take long.
Oh, this is going to be fascinating. I cannot wait to watch this. How it becomes and melds together. There's got to be infusions, and it just starts rattling through his head all of the combinations.
Are there any other questions before I dismiss you?
I have one, Jandar, if you don't mind me asking. Once we have this sickle, is there a way you can teleport us closer to our destination? How far are you able to send someone?
Maybe through those trees again. Those are rather convenient.
One of the key requirements in order for me to transport you through one plant to another is I need to have visited the plant that I send you to. As it is, you are in luck, as I visited Tianchar Winery many centuries ago to see how Mateo was doing. So, if you wish, when the sickle is completed, I can send you back to Tianchar, as I have sent you to the other locations.
I don't think we had any other business out this way. At least not now. I mean, I for one would love to get back that quickly. Nightingale, did you have something up here?
Do I look like I would have business out here, Douglan?
Well, maybe not Nightingale, but Brafus could have something, or Corey Fairbanks. Nobody frickin' knows who you might have business with, lad. Or one of your many persona. I can't keep up.
Well, I'll tell you, we are fine. I'm looking forward to getting back to civilization, I tell you.
Yes. And Lafferty's like, yes, oh my God, this would mean I completed the mission successfully and I can learn under Anton. Yes. Oh, yes. I can't wait.
Jandar, as another question of curiosity, you guys were keeping an eye on that Black Scars orc band that was moving through, correct?
We watch all things in the wilds, yes.
There's no danger in them being around here, or do you have any update on what was going on there? We had mentioned it to the dwarves, and they found it very curious themselves that the Black Scar orcs were this far south.
Indeed. We are looking into the matter. But as you have mentioned, it is a concern that the Dark Scars have found their way to the southern shores. Yes.
You see Nightingale kind of watching this, and he's like, Jandar, do the druids have any worry that the Black Scar orcs might be in cahoots with the Dark Lord that has shown himself in the Frozen Lands and is now making a power play through the Barrens?
We're unsure of why the Dark Scars have made an appearance on the southern shores. They have traditionally remained in the northern part of the wilds. As for a connection between this and what is occurring in the Barrens, we cannot say at this time. We will most certainly continue to monitor the situation to better understand its ramifications to the wild.
Indeed. Dangerous times.
It is dangerous times.
Well, Douglan, shall we see if this place has a bar?
Oh, absolutely.
Jandar kind of goes,
No bar?
Well.
Nightingale looks to Douglan and pats his pouch of Easterly's finest.
I might go get another massage if you don't mind, actually. How much time do we have? You know, one of those hot stone ones. Those are really good for the sciatic, you know.
as we approach dark, Taliesin will come to collect you and take you to your viewing area.
Okay, then shall we take a relaxing break then, gentlemen?
All right, you guys, you head back to your accommodations and, yeah, just sort of chill for the day, wander around the village, and, you know, it's your first opportunity to really see the village during daylight, when you've had an opportunity to really explore it. And with that, why don't we take a little break? Sure, everybody's ready for that. All right, we will be right back. Okay, we are back, gentlemen. And it is approaching evening. You've lounged the day away, sort of exploring the Winterberry village, talking to the druids. They're all quite excited about the ceremony to complete the sickle that evening. And
Nightingale is stripped back down to his original,
Nightingale.
Back to Nightingale.
All right, and as the evening and darkness approach, Taliesin stops in just to let you know, once it is dark, he will come and collect you and take you to an area sort of higher up in the trees, that you can look down. So through your exploring of the Winterberry village today, you've become aware of this platform that sits. So the trees kind of grow around in a bit of a circle here, that make up the village, and there is suspended between there by these big vines a platform, and it has a small altar on it that has a bowl that's sitting on. And in talking to a few of the people around town, that platform that's suspended out there in the middle of the village is where the ceremony will take place. And this particular ceremony hasn't occurred in quite some time, so everyone's quite excited to be involved in it.
It's kind of a big deal.
It's kind of a big deal.
Well then, we'll get dressed up in our very bests. Prestidigitational cleanup for everybody.
All right, supper is brought. Everyone eats up. It's all very vegetarian you've been eating here, but, you know, the food is very good. And the druids offer lots. And sure enough, you know, it's darkness is sort of descending on the village. And, you know, the usual lights and lanterns and such are coming on all around to light up. And there is a knock on the door. And outside you hear Taliesin say, "Gentlemen, it is time."
After you, Douglan. This is the big event for you.
Indeed. Why am I so nervous? It's just
I don't blame you, my friend. This has been hard-earned.
Yeah, indeed.
I don't think we've had anything more valuable about to come into our possession.
No. Considering what we had to go through, you're right.
So Taliesin leads you from your accommodations. He takes you up a stairwell up into one of the great trees where there is a bit of a viewing area that looks right down on the platform down there. He hands each of you a large candle. You're not 100% what it's made out of. Probably beeswax or something of that. But as he hands each of you, so the candles are fairly large. It takes both hands to hold it. They're about a foot high, and when he hands each of you the candle, as you hold it, it bursts into a white light. So it's not burning with the sort of orangey light you would normally expect. This is a very strange white flame that burns off of these candles. And as he's handing out the candles, you notice around the village that they are turning the normal lanterns off, and you are seeing people gathering all around the village on the edges, looking towards the platform, holding these white light candles.
Ooh.
And slowly the entire sort of village takes on this very pure white light.
Nightingale will look over to Lafferty and be like, just to tease him a little.
Well, he's like, you know what he's doing, right?
Oh,
He's
yeah.
staring at it, like scraping a little bit of the wax off, looking at the flame.
I'll smack his hand.
Putting his hand in it to see, and what? Yeah. No.
Focus, Lafferty, focus.
Yes, you're right.
All right. So as the ceremony begins, the sound of the wind starts to pick up And there's starts to be some loud claps of thunder. But although there's sort of the thunder and the wind, it seems to be outside of the forest canopy, like high up the canopy is moving, but directly in the center of the village, everything is very still and calm. The flames on your candles aren't even moving. There's no wind or anything inside of the village. The druids are gathering all around, sort of on the inside, holding their candles. And suddenly you see Jandar. There is a bridge that walks out from the village to the platform. Jandar begins to slowly walk out to the platform. He's wearing these long white robes. He's let his hair down, which is quite long. And as he reaches just as he reaches the stone altar that's in the middle, a second druid begins to walk out towards the altar, and he's carrying the sickle blade with a pair of iron tongs. And the sickle blade is just glowing red in the darkness of the village right now. When that druid reaches the altar, he lays the sickle blade into the basin. And Jandar, sort of looking down at the sickle blade placed in this basin in the middle, he says, "Great protector of the night, we call upon you this day to bestow your mighty power upon this simple tool used by your mortal followers. Grant it such that we, your devoted people, can hold it in our hands, the mighty power Terra holds within her. We are your servants." And all around the village, all the other druids repeat, "We are your servants."
They are your servants.
So Jandar picks up a silver pitcher that's sitting on the base of the altar, and he begins to pour what you all assume is likely the void water over this blade as it sits in the basin. And this dark steam starts to rise up from the basin. The steam reaches, keeps reaching sort of up in the air. And then all of a sudden, within the black steam, you see this white circle that looks like the moon start to descend slowly down towards the basin. As it touches down on the altar, it explodes into 1,000 tiny points of light that dissipate very quickly. And the sickle blade now is glowing with the same sort of white light that all the candles have. So it's moved from the reddish glow it's had to now a white glow. Jandar reaches into his robes and he pulls out the piece of witchwood. And the wood's now been carved into this ornate handle, showing the moon surrounded by various plants. He picks up the glowing sickle in his hand and he slides the handle on it. And soon as the handle sort of makes contact with the end of the sickle blade, it explodes in light like it did before. These thousands of points of light, except this time it's super bright and you can't even look towards the platform anymore. And as your eyes start to slowly readjust to the light, you notice the village is returning to its normal reddish glow of lanterns and such, The people have all dispersed, and without even noticing it, your candles have gone out. And Taliesin is now standing behind you, sort of looking over the situation.
Douglan, how do you think it went?
I got no idea, but it was quite the show.
I tell you. I almost shut my eyes when Jandar pulled the wood out of his robe.
Oh, we'll move
It was
on
getting
from this.
damn intense, I tell you.
So Taliesin says, I will take the candles back from you, please. He places them over on a table just off to the side. If you will join myself and Jandar in his study, we will turn over the sickle to you.
Lead the way, please. As Landis is walking, he'll look at Lafferty and be like, they must use the candles as a kind of focus for everybody to give their energy to, you think, Lafferty?
I think so, but don't forget that the void water is a binding agent. I've seen it just combine all sorts of magics. Fascinating. Oh, if I could only study this.
Indeed. Well, follow the lad.
All right, Taliesin takes you down to Jandar's study, and he's sitting in his usual spot. The sickle is just sitting on the table beside him. Please, gentlemen, join me.
Walk in and find a comfortable spot.
And what did you think?
It was an amazing ceremony,
Amazing.
Jandar.
Truly impressive. And he, like, you could tell after he's about to ask 1,000 questions, Douglan's like, not now, lad. Not now.
Jandar smiles and turns to Lafferty and says, Lafferty, you may ask me one question about the ceremony.
What's the void water for, especially? I know it can combine reagents and it can bind them together, but the void water, what is its purpose?
The void water is used to pull the power of the moon and trap it in the blade.
Yes. He starts to ask more, but Douglan.
One question.
All right.
Jandar, I hope the process was a success.
It was indeed. The blade and its assembly are near perfect.
Well, let's hope it's what Anton needs. It's what
It
we
will
all need.
serve Tianchar Winery's requirements perfectly.
That is great news indeed.
Now, before I hand over the sickle, I do just want to make sure that we have our understanding that should we druids call upon you at any time, that you will answer that call. We are in agreement.
Indeed. A deal is a deal.
One great turn deserves another.
So he picks up the sickle and he lays it down in the middle of the table. Then the sickle is yours.
Douglan's gonna grab it. Wow. Seems such a small item to have to go through all of that. What is it, about this big?
Not even. Like it's like a smaller sickle that you would use in harvesting plants and such, as opposed to, large scale harvesting.
It's not like a scythe. It's like
No.
a little handheld
Yeah, it's maybe only 18 inches long.
Lafferty's like, can I examine it? There'll be time on the road. There'll be time. We went through a lot to get this. Let me hold on to it for a while.
Now, in the morning, I assume that I will be sending you back to Tianchar. Is this your decision, or will you be traveling back some other manner?
For my part, if you can drop me right off in my vineyard there, I will take that every time.
I can achieve that in the morning, absolutely.
Nightingale will look over.
Unfortunately, my energies are tapped for this evening, but we can achieve this at first light.
Nightingale looks over to Lafferty. Lafferty, perhaps you should inform our boating friend that we won't need his assistance on return, so he doesn't wait.
Yes, I was thinking that myself, because also it means I can put some magic into something else, because the sending stones are part of infusions and it takes a lot. Speaking of energy, speaking of magics, then yes, I can send it and then I can do something else with it.
I believe Mark would appreciate a bit of a heads up.
Gotcha. What should I tell him?
Tell him we have found other mode of transportation, appreciate service, hope to reunite someday.
Okay.
If you can say all that in one go.
Yeah, I think it's a short sentence, but I think we're under the length there.
25 words.
Okay. Yeah, should be okay.
Sure.
We don't need anything else from him, right? We can let him be. We didn't leave anything with him, did we? No.
No, we gave him all of the leftover stuff from those orcs, but we didn't leave anything other than a stone.
Okay.
And perhaps we could ask him to be our eyes on the lake till next we come across him.
Sounding a lot more than 25 words now.
And then move on to the next paragraph where we'll describe terms of the agreement.
Yes. Yes, well, just let him be. I know he's probably waiting for us. Let him get another fare, if you will. Lafferty's going to compose a short sentence basically thanking him, and his services are no longer required.
Keep an eye out for us. Talk soon.
Yeah. Maybe we will see you again. Stay safe. XXXOOO.
Beautiful touch, Lafferty.
He replies, "Thank you. Good luck with your quest. Throwing rock in lake."
And the power goes out of the stone. Yep.
Wonder how many people thought he was crazy carrying a rock around waiting for a call.
Until it came.
Yeah, all of them until it came.
Just constantly reaching over, picking up a rock.
Yeah. Hello? Am I getting reception? Am I
I don't have any bars.
Can you hear me now? Can you hear me now?
Oh God.
Landis will, as Lafferty wraps up that little bit of magic, he'll be like, "Is there anything you'd like to talk about, Lafferty? I know you had a rough go of it in the cave with the void water, and I've noticed you've been a little off the last couple days, but I'm always here."
No, I appreciate that. I really do, Landis. That cave. Just not my cup of tea, if you will. It shook me, but no, I'm okay. I took some things. I'm feeling better, Although to be fair, Landis, I have been feeling a little strange since last night. Nothing I can put my finger on, but I'm feeling a little strange. It kind of comes and goes, but I think I'm going to be okay.
Well, we are in strange lands during strange time. I tell you, I felt a little off after coming from the shattered lands. I was afraid to cast a cantrip for at least half a day.
Douglan, did you get the sickle? Sorry, I just tried to give it to you there. Did that work?
Let me
Could be Sickle of the Moon. Identified.
There it is. Yes. I have the moon sickle. I'm going to rename it on my character sheet, just so you know. It loses all power.
No. The blade cracks.
Okay, perfect.
Well, gentlemen, by this time tomorrow, we'll be at T&Char Winery.
Douglan, like, just kind of gives a far off look like, oh, that sounds wonderful. I can sleep in my own bed.
While you're all sitting around the table, Taliesin comes in with a couple of big pitchers. He lays them down on the table. He grabs up the teapot and leaves with it. And Jandar said, "I thought maybe some wine to celebrate the creation of the sickle and your return to T&Char and what I do believe will be a successful quest, if I am correct."
We're looking forward to it. And we can't thank you enough for your hospitality as well. You, letting us go tree to tree. Can't tell you how much time that saved us.
I understand the importance of this quest and what it not only means to you, but potentially many more. And it was my pleasure to be able to assist you with this.
Yeah, I fear it's bigger than just getting onto a sickle for some fancy wine. I think there's a lot more afoot here, truth be told.
I would agree with you, Douglan.
Jandar, if I could impose a bit of a question for you. Now that we have a relationship with the Keepers of the Moon, do you want us to keep you a secret, or are we allowed to tell others of your aid?
You are welcome to tell others of our existence, as it is not a secret. There are many who know that we live here in Winterberry Wood. The fact is, gentlemen, meaning no respect, you would never find your way back here without our wanting you to. It is not a concern of ours.
It's actually comforting.
Our only ask is that you do not tell anyone where you got the sickle.
I can do that. Lafferty? No Gavin. No, of course not. No.
As we mentioned before, when Mateo came, we called his a sickle of the harvest moon, and it would likely be best if you referred to yours in the same way.
And I retell the tale. I'll be sure to make all the proper corrections.
Of course, please help yourself to the wine.
Nightingale will pour everyone up a cup. Well, shall we make a toast, gentlemen? To hopefully getting the upper hand on the Githyanki and furthering the cause.
Hmm.
And all of the many causes we seem to be running into as of late.
To getting Maggie back.
The Maggie, yes. It's a good wine.
Very good. It's you're not quite sure what it is. Um, uh, it's likely made from
Winterberries.
berries. Yeah, and not berries and not grapes. But very good.
So Nightingale's like, it's been a while, I tell you.
It's made by the famous Bartles and James.
Bartles. Excellent.
The lesser known Bartles and James.
So Lafferty drinks, right? He takes a sip, and normally, alcohol really has no effect on him unless he sort of allows it, for lack of a better term. But he starts to feel a little strange. He can't put his finger on it. He just seems, kind of lost in thought. Like when you have like a stomach ache, but it's just you don't really know why. He's kind of feeling like that. Just feels a little bit off. He doesn't say anything, but if you were to look at him, you would see that there's something a little bit off on him.
Nightingale leans over. It's probably the vegetarian diet.
Yeah,
Too much fiber.
it was the lentils. Yeah,
I could use a block of cheese and a good leg of lamb.
yeah,
I'd be honest.
yeah. Maybe some dwarven whiskey to just clear it all out.
Tell you, if I have another piece of greens to eat, I'm gonna fucking scream.
Douglan's like, no shite. I need
Actually, lots of shite lately.
I'll be honest, Lafferty, I've eyed up Pez a few times looking at that bird and thinking he looks a bit juicy. He's only a familiar. You could re-bring him back after I have a snack, right? Maybe no. I don't know. Probably not a good idea to eat him. Oh, I'm joking with you, Lafferty.
Oh, okay, yeah. Oh,
Perhaps you should visit the latrine.
yeah, maybe. Was that wine strange to you guys? I don't know.
It was quite delicious.
Oh, okay, good.
In fact, I'll have 3 or 4 more glasses.
Okay, you enjoy an evening of hobnobbing with Jandar. Taliesin joins you for a little while to have a glass of wine, and you talk a little bit about Winterberry Wood and your encounter with the dwarves, your encounter with the Forsaken, your encounter with the Banshee. Jandar's quite interested in the details, and in particular how quickly you were able to get the Elder Steel and the Witchwood, and it's now quite late into the night, and Jandar excuses himself and says that he will see you at first light for your transport back to Tianchar Winery.
Lafferty has a rough night. Cold sweats, can't sleep, just rough night.
That night, Colin, Landis will open up Words Yet Spoken, I believe it's called. The book he communicates with his grandfather with.
Aye.
And writing in there, he will write, Grandfather, we have accomplished the reforging of the Sickle of the Harvest Moon. This should bring Tianchar Winery and the production of the wine back to the forefront. We will be proceeding shortly to Tianchar Winery. And from there, I am uncertain our next objective. I ask for some guidance and hope all is well. And that's all.
XXX. Oh.
No.
Hugs and kisses. Landis.
Grampy rampies.
Landy.
Landy.
You're Landy.
All
And
right,
then-
Oh, go ahead. Sorry.
Oh, that's it. And then, of course, he falls asleep under the pile of books as he reads all night long.
Yes, you guys finish off the 2 pitchers of wine that Taliesin brought and head back to your accommodations where you enjoy a night's rest of varying degrees of restlessness or not. And in the morning, Taliesin brings breakfast for all at first light, as he has every other morning, and says that when you are ready to go, you can just meet Jandar in his study.
Nightingale will walk up to Taliesin and be like, Taliesin, we appreciate everything you've done for us. It is a pleasure to know you.
I am very glad that you were successful in your quest, and I do wish you all the luck in the future. I understand from my discussions with Jandar that you have much to accomplish yet.
Indeed, we do. Hopefully we meet again.
I do feel that that is likely.
Then can I borrow like 5 gold off you? A little low on coin right now.
Give it back to you next time.
Next time I see you, right? We're going to see each other again. I'm joking.
Okay, you pack up all your goods and make your way back over. Jandar is standing there, hearing you approach. He came out of his study and is standing next to the tree trunk that you have regularly stepped into to be whisked off to... Jandar says, the token that I gave you will be good for 1 more return trip, should you require it. Do remember you must use the same location that you will come out of.
Oh. On behalf of my comrades, Jandar, we bid you farewell and thank you for all you have done for both us and the people of Emathan.
All right, the portal opens up in the tree, and you're kind of looking out. And Douglan, you can recognize, because you kind of see through to where you're going on the other side. You recognize Tianchar immediately. It's way the hell in the back of the vineyard, but...
Oh,
As Douglas starts running, Nightingale's last one through buys the round.
I thought he was gonna trip Douglan.
Oh no, I wouldn't do that.
Ah!
Portal disappears in half. He's on one side, half's on the other. Oh dear God.
Oh, what a sight for sore eyes.
Nothing a mending spell couldn't fix.
We will head through.
All right. You emerge from a large tree that's way in the back of the vineyard. Where you step out of, you kind of look back at the tree, and you see there is a sign kind of well up. You may not even notice it, but it's this sign that's been nailed against the tree, and the sign says, "Jandar's door, do not remove."
Interesting.
Mateo tried to make sure that the tree never was cut down.
Oh, that's handy.
Well,
Douglan does a double take though. He looks over at Lafferty and He's not looking very good. A little more gaunt. There's something about something going on. Not feeling 100%. He still looks like like someone who's had the flu, right? Still got some cold sweats, and he's just kind of holding his stomach. He's just not 100%. Something's going on there.
Oh, my apologies. Nightingale walks over, hit him with the healing stick.
Oh,
You feel any better?
why did you do that?
You look like a
No.
dead man walking. Are you feeling okay?
Roll 1d4 for damage and 1d4 for healing.
Yeah, exactly. See how it ends up.
Do you need a rest, Lafferty?
Yeah, I'd like to. Douglan, do you mind if I take one of the? Do you have a guest bed or something? I got plenty of bedrooms. Yeah, you're more than welcome. Perhaps you should lie down, but first I got to get to Anton.
Indeed, I'm sure he's going to be quite surprised. You have quite the tale to tell. We will follow Douglan, since he knows this.
You guys make your way through the vineyard to... There's kind of a central road that runs right down the middle of the vineyard and heads back towards the winery itself. Coming up the road, there are two heavily armed riders that are kind of clip-clopping in your direction. As they get closer, you recognize them as Vanguard soldiers.
Pull out our... What do we got? I think it's a necklace? No, like a...
Amulet.
Amulet, a proof against the Vanguard.
Yeah, I kind of
proof
grabbed
against the Vanguard. Oops,
hold it up.
I think yours got mixed up.
Yeah. He's like,
Vanguard repellent.
Back, evil Vanguard. Yeah, I kind of hold it up.
They ride up to within a couple of feet of you and look the four of you over. And who are you?
Douglan McCain. And you? Good Vanguard Knight. What's your name? What are both your names?
Our names are not important. You may proceed to the winery at once. And they kind of ride around and just keep heading down the road.
Well, we did ask the Vanguard to keep a watch, didn't we?
Oh, no, I'm happy about it. Yeah. Just disappointed that we didn't get a random NPC name. That's all I'm saying. That's all I'm saying. Yeah, so let's beeline it to the winery. His, Doug knows kind of where his study is, if you will, where he works usually. Hopefully he's there. What time of day? It's morning, right?
It's early morning, yeah.
Yeah.
You have a bit of a boyish energy to you, Douglan.
Oh, so great to be home.
So as you approach the winery itself, you can see that all of the construction work that was in progress when you left has been completed. And it would appear that the dwarven construction crews are gone. The new manor house is very beautifully built, easily twice the size of the old one. The other smaller outbuildings that were also destroyed in the fire have been rebuilt. There was a workshop and a barn were the two other buildings that burned during the Gith attack. Douglan, you notice that the small house that had been built for you is gone. It's been taken down. And in its place, there is a large tree planted there. And in front of it, you can see there's a large rock with something carved in it.
I am taken aback by that. Douglan, that's his home. He runs over to the rock and tries to see what's on there.
In the rock is carved, "Gone but never forgotten."
Things kind of well up, but he has to focus. Kind of shakes himself.
Yeah. So around the winery, there's lots of activity. It would appear that Anton is hired on additional workers to be minding the vineyards and all the winery activities. Just down the road a little bit as you leave the winery to head sort of towards Evandor, there is a large Vanguard Camp, similar to what you saw when you got back from the Whitfields and they were building the camp there. There are Vanguard soldiers milling about the winery. There's a pretty obvious Vanguard presence at T&Char right now.
I try to hail one of them and ask if they've seen Anton.
I believe he's in the manor house, sir.
Thank you. What's your name?
Beryl.
Oh, do take note, Douglan. Do take note.
Yes, I'm going to write random NPC Vanguard Beryl. Beryl. Thank you, lad. Let's go, boys.
After you, Douglan. This place is happening.
Yep. Brisk walk. Just short of a jog.
All right, you approach the manor house. The new manor house has this big, huge front porch area, good for sitting and sipping moonshine. And there's considerably more room in this manor house than there had been in the past, and it's very finely constructed. As you approach, Anton comes walking out the front door. Looks like he's sipping on some morning tea or whatever, and he's got quite a shocked look on his face. He just kind of stands there smiling, looking at the four of you.
Anton, you've been busy.
Not so much myself now, but it's been very busy here.
Incredible improvements, although, what the hell did you do with my house?
Lad, I just felt that maybe that was a chapter we should close.
Anton, that wasn't your decision to make. That was my home.
Your home's here now. Stop whining about it.
He takes out the sickle and, in a plot twist, buries it in his head.
In a plot twist. Ooh, didn't see that coming. Roll for initiative.
No, he takes it out and he's like, God, this guy just drives me freaking crazy. Actually, no, he's not going to take it out in front of everybody.
Thank God that was just a dream sequence. Trip me right out.
No, he did it in his head. Are you kidding me? He absolutely did it in his head. Anton, well, we'll discuss that later. In the meantime, can we go somewhere private, please? We've got urgent
Come
business.
into my new office.
Shakes his head.
Landis and Nightingale are just kind of, checking everything out since I've only been here once before.
And Landis has never been there.
And Landis, it's like, this is T&Char Winery. It's
Lafferty was there. Lafferty was there once. Landis has never been there.
Yeah, no, Lafferty is a little bit in awe because it's not really a mentor. It's more of a folk hero in the alchemical crowd, the circles that they run. But nevertheless, once they're alone, are we alone? Just the five of us? Okay.
Well, I mean, as alone as you can be in a winery full of people wandering around.
Well, no, that's what I'm saying. I'm asking if he can take us literally to a place where nobody else is. If there's
Yep. So
okay.
he escorts you all into his big new office. And yeah. Please everyone have a seat. And he goes over and sits behind his big desk. You can see he's sitting up quite proud of hoping someone will mention something about his new desk.
Definitely not. Not even a word. He just pulls out he keeps eye contact with him and pulls out the sickle.
Oh,
puts it on his desk.
Goodness.
Get to work.
He reaches over and grabs the sickle and looks it over. You have done very well, gentlemen. Very well.
Anton, that sickle comes with quite the story, I tell you.
I will be quite interested to hear it then.
So, how long before you can start harvesting?
Well, the grapes are doing very, very well. I do expect that we should be able to produce a bumper crop of about 90 to 100 bottles of wine with the harvest. That is particularly good. I was able to salvage 34 bottles of wine from the wine cellar of the destroyed manor house before it was rebuilt. So, all in all, more would be better, but I'm quite happy with what we'll have to offer Maggie and the Githenthor when they return.
You know when that might be?
I received a message from Maggie not too long ago saying that they would be coming back during the Festival of Death.
So I think that's about what, 3 months? No. 40 days.
About a Trigon and a half. About 6-10 days.
60, yeah, okay. Okay. All right. Well, is there anything else you need from us?
No, not until harvest time, when I do ask that everyone that can assist with the elm wine does so.
I mean, sir, Mr. Anton, I would love to accompany, and also you said that I could watch you, that I could learn from you if I got him back safely, and he's back safely. Have I lived up to my end of the bargain, sir?
You have indeed. I will keep my word, absolutely. You can watch, and I will teach you as best I can how the elm wine is produced.
Oh, wonderful. Oh, this is so exciting. Not wanting to take too much away from Lafferty's joy there, Douglan's like, now, where the hell am I sleeping?
There's all kinds of rooms upstairs. Just pick one. Just as long as it's not my room.
So, you tore down my house, and now I gotta sleep above the winery.
It's the manor house. It's not the winery.
What makes you think I want to stay in the same house with you, Anton? That's why we built the separate house.
Now, what would Jackie want? Would she want us to stick together on this, Douglan?
It was her idea. Oh, damn it, man. Anyway, so time for celebration. We'll deal with this another time.
Nightingale looks over to Landis and Lafferty. Awkward.
You don't know the half of it, lad. All right. Well, I guess we'll go up to our rooms, wherever the hell they are.
Indeed. All of you, please find yourself accommodations upstairs. You are welcome to stay as long as you need to.
Anton, another question.
Yes.
You know I had a lot of stuff in that house. Where'd you put it?
It's all here in the manor house.
Okay, but where? It's a big fucking house.
Well, put it all around. I've decorated the place.
Good God, man. You know, it's lucky you're a brilliant wine master, because you don't know shit about anything else. And he storms off looking for his stuff. Jesus Christ.
Well, gentlemen, while Douglan cools off, if any of you are hungry or anything of the sort, just see yourselves to the kitchen. There's plenty of staff that can help you.
Anton, when we left, the kingdom of
Evandor
was in a bit of a kerfuffle. Has anything ever come of that? Have you heard any rumors?
Oh my goodness. If one was to say when you left, the kingdom of Evandor was uneasy, let's say that we are very uneasy now.
My.
The king and the queen have become very reclusive, and they only communicate through their advisors, which has everyone quite concerned, myself included, as to where this may be going.
My. Well, Anton, it is a pleasure to see Tiancha back to its former glory. As my last encounter, it looked quite the shambles.
Yes, it is better than it's ever been.
And I do hope you ignore most of Douglan's tantrum. I'm sure this change was a bit of a shock for him, as walking into it a moment ago was probably brought up a lot of emotion.
Yeah, I could see how, you lose your house like that without even being told, and then your stuff is kind of put all over the place. It would be very awkward for me as well. Yeah, it'd be kind of weird. Yeah. Oh, I'm sorry. I didn't mean to say that.
Well, I know this is difficult for Douglan, but it is important to understand that I've done all this with the best of intentions. There was a time at Tianchar that I just felt we needed to move away from, and Douglan spent very dark days in that house, and I felt the best way to move forward were for those dark days to be taken away. I did have the best of intentions.
Of course.
Well, Anton, I'm sure you're a busy man, and now that you have the Sickle of the Harvest Moon, there's plenty to be done.
Yes, indeed. I will put this in safekeeping, and I do have to get out and make my rounds, ensuring that everything is growing as we need it to.
Could I join you, sir?
I think that would be very appropriate, Lafferty.
Nightingale will look to Lafferty. Do take care of yourself, lad. You do look like a bag of smashed,
Yeah, I don't know. It's just something inside.
Pig's ears. I'm sure he means pig's ears.
Indeed.
Yes. Thank you.
Anton, perhaps this evening we could have dinner together and we could tell you the tale of the many interesting things we've learned.
Oh, indeed. I'll make sure that an appropriate supper is put together, and we'll meet here, say, early evening.
Sounds good. I look forward to telling you about Mateo.
I look forward to hearing.
Nightingale will listen for a groveling old-aged man wandering about the house and go see if he can track Douglan down. I think I hear some creaking and some barking.
Cursing.
Oh yeah, you hear just down the hall. Fucking son, god damn.
Is that
Always
Douglan
meddling.
is he dragging a dresser down the hallway? What's wrong with him? It's a dresser, Douglan. Who cares where it is?
He's got a lamp under one arm.
Yeah.
He's dragging a dresser.
This shit's everywhere, like randomly put. He didn't just put it in a room; he put it all over. So, oh man.
Landis will look over at Nightingale. This is really seeing behind the curtain with Douglan, isn't it? It's not a pretty sight.
Okay. Douglan, this father-in-law's a prick. Controlling freaking prick. He tore his house down. The house that his
Nightingale
kids
will
lived in.
grab Douglan and be like, perhaps we should
So, wait, I'm just going to make one point of clarification. That is not the house your family lived in.
Ah, okay. Well, that changes the whole.
So, the
persona.
house... because I just realized that. So, you lived, before the incident, you lived in the manor house with Anton.
Mm-hmm.
Right? If you remember when the manor house and all the rest were burned down in that, your company of soldiers built you a small house to live in.
Okay.
where your drunken bender took place.
Yeah, that's where your year-long drunken bender took place. That's the place that that Anton took down.
All right.
Yeah.
Still think it's a better story if you tore down the house and his family. It would fit better.
Hey, you can still be angry all the way to Evandor, okay?
Yes, you're still welcome to be angry.
Yes. No, he is. I mean, you don't mess with an old man's stuff, guys. Everybody knows that. So, yes, but he is definitely grumbling. He's trying to find, his chest that had his note from, the gift of the armor, and he's trying to track all this stuff down, and he's just grumbling the whole time. Who does he think he is? Taking my stuff.
Douglan, if I can interrupt this midlife crisis, I learned from Anton that the king and queen have become very reclusive, and this is very concerning.
Yeah.
Perhaps a visit to the city and a little prowling about might enlighten us a little.
Yeah. No, you're right. You're right, Nightingale. Now that I'm back, I'm going to try to reconnect with, some of the folks that I served with. They're still there. See if I can't get to the bottom of it. There's something strange going on here too. And after seeing that dwarf taken over by Nool, who knows what's happening? Anything. So yeah.
Perhaps a visit to the city, you'll cool down a bit, you old grump.
Yeah, get me out of here. For sure. As soon as I find all my shite, though. Can you help?
I don't know what your stuff is. Besides, I want to go see Peaches.
It's the only thing that's not going to look brand spanking new like everything else in this. By the way, where did you get the money for this? Ay. This guy, he's filled with secrets, I tell you.
As you are milling about the house, helping Douglan find his stuff and move it to his new room.
Far away from the office is fun. Like the furthest.
The furthest bedroom.
Yes.
Downstairs, you hear Anton talking with another gentleman about your arrival. You can overhear the discussion. And Anton kind of calls out to the group, maybe everyone could come down and talk to the captain here.
We will make our way down.
You immediately recognize the gentleman is Captain Barlor Norwood, the captain who basically took over guard of Tianchar just before you left.
Barlor Norwood? Is that one last name?
Nope. Barlor is his first name. Norwood is his second name. Captain Barlor.
Ah.
And he sees you all approach and... Welcome back, gentlemen.
Captain.
And how was your travels?
Eventful. Very eventful.
Good, I hope.
We were successful. Yes.
Excellent.
How are things here?
I am happy to report that there has been no Doom activity in and around the winery since your departure. We have kept regular patrols of the winery as well as the Whitfield farm. We have set up a guard post at. There has been no activity at the Whitfield since your departure as well.
They're completely gone? Has anybody come to investigate their own?
There has been no activity at the Whitfields since the fire.
Douglan's gonna just kind of recount some of the things that happened, as things that I think would relate to what the Vanguard is, I guess, encountering. We're going to talk about the possession of Nool, talk about what else did we hear on the road? Well, the rumors of the dark orc. What else did we have, Barry?
The dark orc they know about because the emissaries had come to Evendor trying to seek help.
Right. The possession. I don't know if I think he'll share with that Maggie is holding the line, but they need the alm wine as soon as possible. I'm not going to speak on Lafferty's behalf because Lafferty's with Anton, right?
Yeah, they're out wandering the fields right now, checking the vines.
Yeah, I don't think he's going to share his visits. That's Lafferty's story to tell, but just bring him up to date of what we saw out there.
Okay. Well, as you know, things are a little uneasy in the kingdom of Evendor. King Cordell and Queen Jen Bellis have become extremely reclusive since the attack on them. Most recently, they sent their children away to live with their aunt and uncle, a move that has rocked the kingdom. Queen Jen Billis is extremely protective of her children, and it has confused everyone as to why they would have sent their children away. They are conducting business strictly through their advisors, and we are unsure of Evendor's future as of now.
Well, as soon as I get settled here, I'm gonna head to the city. See if I can't start pulling in some contacts of mine to see if we can't get to the bottom of this.
Master Norwood, are the advisors for the king and queen suspect, or are they good folk?
They have both been long-standing advisors to the king and queen. We have no reason to have concern of them at this time.
Can I ask you also another question? Have the Dooms ever been known to be able to possess others?
The Dooms have access to great magic, as many do. It is not outside the possibilities.
Do the Vanguard have something to combat that?
We could, if we thought that was something that should be explored.
Yeah. Well, let me see if I can't dig up some information, maybe get a little closer to the higher ups there.
Excellent. It's good to see you back. Good to hear you have been successful in your quest. And we will continue our presence here until we feel it is no longer necessary. Captain Barlore excuses himself and heads back out, climbs back up on his horse, and rides off out towards the field. He makes sort of his daily rounds, and had just heard through the grapevine that the four of you had returned.
Well, Douglan, it would be quite the blow if Evandor was to lose its monarchy.
Indeed. I mean, listen, 20 years in the military, always, the king was always, they both were. They were good royalty. I mean, they took care of their people. They cared. The fact that they're using everything through emissaries, the alarm bells are going off, lad. And some of the shite that we've seen, I wouldn't put it past one of these dooms or some other filth that is infecting this world, doing something. But I got to get closer.
I agree. How about we head into Evandor and check the channels of communication? I would love to get in touch with Della and Alvor
At the headquarters.
the Watchtower Theater.
Ah, yes.
We can't hear you, Colin.
Sorry, the Watchtower Theater.
Yes.
No,
See
it's a
what
good
they
idea.
have for news. Perhaps they've got something, and if you could check your channels, we might get a bit of insight onto what's going on.
Yep.
Landis, you'll love them. They're fantastic people.
And for as happy as I am to be back, it just feels strange to be here. Oh, that man drives me crazy. All right. Well, we'll be back for supper, I think. It's only about a half-hour ride there. Hour. I take a shortcut, Colin. Okay, I know the back roads. I cut right. There's a little hole in a fence somewhere. I just pop right through.
Cross some fields, swim across the river.
Yep. Probably a good idea to let them know too that we're back.
Let who know?
I mean, the captain is here. You want to get your contacts. Isn't there somebody at the city also Vanguard related, or was that through Norwood?
No, that's Commander Riovar.
Right, that guy. That's who I want to go talk to.
Yeah. He's at the Vanguard Keep in the city of Evendor.
Right.
And you
That's
may
what I-
also want to check in with Lord Falmorn Trivor, head of the Royal Guard. I think he was one of your contacts.
I have a couple. Yeah, exactly. I have a couple of contacts in the city that I want to reconnect with, and I don't think they. In fact, I'm not going to mention anything about the Harvest Moon Sickle, but just the fact that we had to, we had to go do things, and it's good to see the winery back up and running and stuff like that. So that'll be my cover. I think we're going to be around for a while, so he might say if there's, if you could help around, if there's training need to be had, Douglan's looking fitter-ish. His experience might be helpful. So yeah, that's what he wants to do.
So we'll head into Evendor. Can we get horses from the vineyard? Is
Yeah,
Nightingale's
absolutely.
horse
There's
still around?
Douglan's
the
just gonna take him.
the Vanguard. The Vanguard offer up, like the refinery, or sorry, the refinery, the winery has some light riding horses, a few or whatever, mostly mules and animals like that. But the Vanguard offer you up 4 horses that you can ride into town.
Well, Nightingale had left Peaches here, so I'm hoping she's still here.
Oh, Peaches is great. Peaches was a mule as well, right?
Nope, she was a riding horse. Actually, have it written right in here. She was at the winery.
All right. Then Peaches is here. You can ride into town. And
Good. Anton will live then.
tonight's meat is horse.
Peaches!
I'd like to offer you some Peaches.
I love her.
Would you like some peach casserole?
Oh, good Lord.
So
Okay, you already killed the dog, Colin, okay? Don't take the horse.
before we leave, is Lafferty coming with us, or?
No, Lafferty his whole purpose was to get Douglan back to start learning under Anton.
He's awestruck.
Well, yeah, I mean, he's
First day of
And
getting...
Anton is like a celebrity to him.
oh yeah, big time. Little does he know, thinks Douglan.
Yeah, so I guess it's just Landis, Nightingale, and Douglan heading into Evendor.
All right, you travel the hour down to the, or half hour down to the main road, half hour into Evendor, and you arrive in the city.
When we're riding out, Douglan's gonna say to Nightingale, Nightingale, perhaps the first stop should be with your folk. They tend to know, things that others don't, if you know what I'm saying.
They definitely get an interesting perspective on the city, Douglan.
Yeah.
I would love that to be the first stop. Landis, I can't wait. There was this one time Douglan came with me to the watchtower and he left a eunuch. You remember, Douglan? It was wonderful.
No.
He
I don't
played the
remember
role
that
so
at all.
well.
It's not a eunuch.
What was his name?
Jasper's penniless.
Jasper's penniless.
Yes.
Landis is like, this is a story I will have to inquire about.
No, you won't. No, you won't.
It's all right, Mr. Penniless.
No, don't you
Okay,
start.
we will head to the Watchtower Theater, Colin.
All right. As you get into the city, you definitely notice the vibe is different in the city. Things are just more solemn than maybe they have been in the past, where people just are very quiet and moving about their business, in comparison to usually the big boisterous goings on that is the city of Evendor. It's most noticeable to Douglan, lesser so to the rest of you, to Landis and Nightingale.
Nightingale will
Go ahead.
draw
sorry.
his cloak around himself and his hood up.
I was just about to say, if Douglan can not basically announce, like he's going to try to keep it as low key as possible.
We'll cover
Yeah,
up.
you guys can kind of cloak up and pull your hoods and...
Landis doesn't worry about it. He's an unknown here.
Nobody knows him. Yeah.
You make your way into the entertainment district and are now standing outside of the Watch Tower Theater.
Nightingale will kind of take the lead here, walk in through the entrance.
All right. You arrive in, and the theater is fairly busy. You know, people are up on the stage, practicing and such. You see, Della Amberlance is giving direction to the stage. There's no sign of Elvord Amberlance anywhere. Her attention is kind of on the stage where she's giving direction in a very theatrical manner.
At the appropriate moment in this performance that's going on stage, Nightingale will begin to clap very loudly. Bravo! Bravo!
Della turns and is your, like, are you uncloaked now that you're inside?
Yeah.
She'd be able to see that it's Nightingale.
She'll be able to see that it's Nightingale, yes.
She comes over. I assume all three of you are there.
Yeah.
And she goes, "Oh, Nightingale, it is so good to see you."
The pleasure is all mine, Della. How have you been?
I have been very well, and yourself?
I have a tale to tell like no other, my dear.
Good to see you again, Della.
You were looking a little different than I last saw you.
Oh, don't put anything in his head again, okay?
Oh, it was magnificent.
He also takes her hand and kisses it. Very, posh.
Should we maybe go somewhere a little more private to talk then?
That would be lovely, Della. Lead the way. Is Alvord somewhere around?
Oh, he's in the office.
Lead the way, my dear.
Will it just be us then, Nightingale? Maybe the others can watch the show?
You go on, lad.
Indeed. Landis, please, enjoy.
You've got to see this, lad. It's an incredible show. I'm a big theater buff myself, you know.
Landis will give a little bow to the Della and follow Douglan to the stage or to the bleachers and grab a seat, and Nightingale slips off with her.
All right, you make your way to the office where you had met Elvord and Della before. And just like before, as soon as you enter the office, she just drops the acting of Della, and she turns to Nightingale and says, "Well, it's good to see you back so soon, but what news do you have to share?"
Well, Della, we were successful with helping Tiancha Winery. We've managed to collect the items necessary to reacquaint Anton with the Sickle of the Harvest Moon.
Well, that is very good indeed, then.
Yes, and from our meeting this morning, it would seem that Maggie and the Githenthor will be making a visit to the Tiancha Winery during the Festival of Death.
And this is a good thing, then?
The point of the visit is Anton wants to get some of the wine into their hands. Somewhere over 100 bottles or so to help the Githenthor in their battle against the Githyanki.
She makes her way around and sits at the desk. Please, Nightingale, have a seat.
He'll walk over and sit down, kind of draw the cloak back over his shoulders and stuff.
Alvord comes in from sort of a little room and... Nightingale, it's good to see you.
You as well, Elvor. How's
Oh,
this?
you can call me Starling when we're alone.
Indeed, Starling. How's the city been?
Oh my goodness, things are strained, shall we say. Well, first of all, share a bit of penumbra business with you. The college did send two penumbra bards to meet with Anton. We don't know exactly what was discussed, but we do believe that the two bards were reporting directly to Penumbra College on the matter of the Githyanki, the wine, and such. We believe that it was likely a pipit, so political in nature.
That's good news. I was hoping some contact would be made.
As for the kingdom itself, there is word that Lord Falmorin, Riovar, has gone missing. He has been replaced by a new commander of the guard by the name of Torbella Nightstar. Now, the good news is rumors say that Felmorn has been seen snooping around the city since his disappearance, but nothing is confirmed.
Well, that is interesting. I will see if my friend Douglan can dig up some information on Lord Felmorn. They seem to have had a relationship in the past.
Indeed, and I do believe that this will be important information for Douglan to know. Maybe he will have some idea of where Lord Falmoran, if he is still here in the city, might be. And then Ren goes, and we have a little news for you too, Nightingale. We've heard rumors that there is a bounty hunter named Hayes that's been asking questions about you. He seems very interested in finding you.
Ren, let's just say it's a past I'd rather forget coming back to haunt me.
Well, we dare not dig. 'Tis none of our business, but we thought you should know.
I appreciate the heads up. Do you know if this character is familiar with me as Nightingale?
Yes. The inquiries have been about the whereabouts of Nightingale.
Well then, perhaps a presto changeo while I'm here might be in order. He said, well, I do have some other news I feel perhaps the bards should be aware of. In my journeys, I made acquaintance with the druids in Winterberry Wood. A good folk, and I think if needed, there could be alliances there that would be useful in the future. The dwarves, and my paper notes. Where is it? Let's see.
Just hit Control F and search your paper notes.
Dweller.
Got it. The dwarves of the
Frostmount.
what is it? The Frostmount dwarves, I believe it was. I made relationship with a clan there. We seem to have had the opportunity to help them out in a sticky situation, and I think it might buy me, or I should say the bards, a bit of leverage if necessary. And I made a visit to the Shattered Lands. I tell you, that'll mess with a man's mind, that place. I cast a simple spell out there and I blew a creature's head off. I tell you, it was amazing. But I learned from a being there made of wood and metal, almost like a statue that moved, that magic in the lands was building, almost coming to a climax of sorts, which was very interesting news to hear. As with the coming of the next 1,000-year period, all of these things must not be as coincidental as they seem. And other than that, I'm glad to be back in civilization, because when I was with the druids, all they ate was vegetables and it was terrible. But I think some of that information might be valuable back at the college. Or they may have the missing pieces that put some of this together.
Well, now that is quite interesting information indeed, Nightingale. We will pass it along to the college. I'm not sure what kind of response we'll get, but maybe stop by again in a few days and see if there has been any reply to this information.
I do appreciate it. I hope within the not too distant future to visit Alagon again myself and stop in at the college. But if you can get that word there faster than me, I would appreciate it greatly.
Consider
Ren,
it done.
Starling, if you hear anything else that you might think of use, I will be out at Tea and Cha Winery.
We will send for you if we believe there is something worth sharing. Do watch out for this haze. He has been here for several 10 days asking about you, and I feel that he will know you are here sooner than later.
Ren, do you know what he looks like?
I do not. Descriptions of him don't go much beyond a heavily cloaked, average tall human.
Well, I walked in with 2 of those, didn't I?
Indeed.
Well, if you don't mind, I wouldn't mind doing a little change in one of the rooms to the side before I head back out with my friends.
That would seem appropriate, yes.
And he'll get back out and kind of walk out to Landis and Nightingale and be like, gentlemen, if you excuse me, I need to make a wardrobe change. It would seem Nightingale has a bit of an audience in town that he wouldn't want to bump into.
You got another one after you?
Douglan, do I ever cease garnering attention?
No. No, you don't.
But don't
Who is it
worry.
this time?
Jasper Penniless doesn't need to make an appearance. I can do this one on my own. Unless, of course, a little dress up is in your appetite this morning.
That's okay.
You were a bit grumpy. Nothing cheers you up better than walking around as Jasper's Penniless.
The eunuch. Can't forget that detail.
Yeah.
And Nightingale will slip off, and being that it is his strongest false identity, he will come out as Corey Fairbanks,
All right.
weathered roadman, and
The
join
Weathered Road.
Landis and Douglan to proceed out into the city. And as we're leaving, Nightingale will kind of whisper into Douglan's ear, Lord Felmorn has gone missing, Douglan. Della and Alvord have heard rumors that he's disappeared and been replaced. And there's been a few sightings of him still in the city, but no one has any concrete idea of his location.
Well, I hope it's by choice. He did tell me that he wanted to do some, well, let's just say off the radar investigating. All right, thank you for that.
The person who replaced him was, I believe it's Torbella Nightstar?
Torbella Nightstar.
Does that ring a bell?
No.
Does it? No.
Nope.
Can't say that does not.
Well, perhaps you could get word to him that we are in town, and I wouldn't mind stopping by that smokehouse again. They did have some fantastic Easterly.
Maybe Torbella is a girl.
Yeah, Torbella, I would assume, is a girl. That's what I'm assuming.
But anyways, gentlemen, where to now? You can just see Landis is just like, do you do this all the time? Like, have I missed something here?
You'll get used to it, Landis. He's got more identities than a full regiment. Trust me.
Well then, this is
All
the
right,
norm.
Gents, why don't we take another quick little break before we finish off our last hour of the night, shall we?
Sounds good.
Sounds good.
All right, we'll be right back. Okay, we are back live. So, folks, where are we headed? You have just left the Watchtower Theater. Basically, you're standing outside of the theater with your horses.
You know, Nightingale, perhaps we should go see Rainier first.
Corey Fairbanks.
My apologies. Corey, Mr. Fairbanks, perhaps we should go see the Vanguard Commander first. See if I can't glean some more information about Riovar and the like.
That would be a good place to start.
As a side note, who's after you now, though? All kidding aside, what should I be looking out for?
It would seem a bounty hunter's been asking around for Nightingale.
Another one.
This one has nothing to do with the Crisbin Shiver. I guess he's checking out other routes and hiring in private contractors.
I tell you, that guy has a hard-on for Nightingale. Good Lord. Anyway, all right. Landis, keep your eyes open.
At
The
this
city
point,
doesn't
I
feel
wouldn't
right.
know what I'm looking for.
You'll know it when you see it.
I hope so. Let's get our business done here and get back to the winery. At least I feel a bit safer there.
Mm-hmm. All right. On to Rainier.
Okay, you make your way across the city to the Vanguard Keep. You arrive. There are 2 Vanguard soldiers on guard outside of the gate. You recognize one of them as a gentleman named Durwald, who was here the last time you were at the keep.
Hail, Durwald.
What can I do for you two, for today? Three. You three.
You've been drinking, lad.
No, sir.
I need to see Lord Falmorn, if you will. Tell him it's Douglan.
You mean, of course, Commander Rainier.
Of course.
Of course.
It's not Lord Falmorn. It's Commander Falmorn. I thought it was Lord for some reason.
Nope. So the Vanguard commander is Commander Rainier Alduin. He's the Vanguard commander.
Oh,
Lord
God, I looked at the wrong notes. I am so sorry. I looked at the wrong notes.
No problem. Lord Felmorn Riovar was the commander of the guard. Durwald heads inside. A few moments later, he comes back and says, the commander will see you.
Thank you.
He escorts you inside into the commander's office, where Commander Rainier is standing behind his desk as you're brought in. Well, now, welcome back.
Thank you, Commander.
Please have a seat. I'm very interested to hear of your adventures in the wilds.
I don't know if you remember Corey Fairbanks. I know you haven't met Landis. This is Landis. This is Commander Rainier.
I don't believe I've had the opportunity to meet Corey or Landis. It's good to see you.
Pleasure to meet you, sir.
They were both a huge help on our latest adventure.
And what of your adventure, Douglan?
Well, it took us all over the place, but we came back successful. Quite an impressive construction going out there at the winery. It's completely new. Anyway, thank you for that. Thank you for rebuilding and helping and keeping an eye out. We came back successful. It looks like Anton's going to be able to deliver what he needs to help those friends of ours on the other side, let's call it.
Excellent.
But it wasn't all perfect, if you will. There were some interesting things that happened that I'd like to share with you, including a possession from Nool. Shook us to the bones. And then I come back to hear that the king and queen, what's going on here?
Yes, things have, for lack of a better term, deteriorated in the kingdom of Evandor with the king and queen. They are no longer making appearances, which has many in the kingdom quite concerned. Of concern to me is the recent disappearance of Lord Felmorn. As we had discussed, we were keeping clear of the activities of the castle. But the good news is we have it on fairly good authority that Lord Felmorn is alive, but we do not know his current location.
I've heard the same. Do you know anything about this Torbella that took over?
It is our understanding that she was a fairly high-ranking member of the King's Guard. She was not the one who was next in line for the command. That was to go to Arnett Freebo. Someone that my understanding Lord Felmorn has been grooming for some time. Unfortunately, this appointment has created a lot of issues for the Royal Guard.
But I would assume I knew Arnett, right?
Absolutely. You
Yeah.
know of Arnett. That's who Lord Felmorn has been grooming as his replacement. Someone that you served with. But for some reason, he was looked over and Torbella was given the position.
Commander, gotta tell you, Arnett is a fine soldier. What is he still with the guard?
To our understanding, he is, yes.
That might be a good place to start for me. Yeah. Well, listen, we got eyes on the street for Falmorn. Hopefully he'll turn up, or we'll be able to find some thread with this. But there's something wrong with this city, Commander. There is a pall over it, as if the king and queen are already gone, as if there's been a death.
In many's eyes, that has already occurred. Their choice to shun their people is as close to death as anyone could get in that position.
Commander, I've been serving the king and queen for 20 years. This is not them. There is something afoot, something underneath that we need to get to the bottom.
I would agree with you, Douglan, as would many in this kingdom. The question is, what is afoot?
Well, do you have any resources inside the castle, if you will?
I do not. Unfortunately, Douglan, the Vanguard are focused on the dooms, not the affairs of the kingdom itself.
I got a hunch they might be related, Commander, but I see where you're going. Well,
At the mention of the dooms, you see Landis is kind of shifting in his seat a little.
Well, what have I got myself into here?
yeah. Did someone say dooms?
I do feel a couple of updates on my part are in order. First of all, I unfortunately have no idea what has become of Duran Whitfield, or the other Doom that was taken to the Vanguard High Command. All word of them to me has dried up. That is High Command business, and I will leave it as such. Our troops continue to watch Tianchar Winery and the Whitfield Farm. There has been no sign of Milena Whitfield or Lacey Whitfield, or for that matter, any other Doom activity as of now. We hope it continues that way. What is of interest to us in terms of the Dooms is within the kingdom of Evandor, they have, shall I say, they have gone dark. All of the contacts, all of the people that we have been following, that we associate with the Dooms, have disappeared.
I mean, I know that's our end, but it's a little bit unsettling for it to happen so abruptly.
It is very unsettling. It is much better that we know they are out there than not.
Any word from Indara or Alagon, any of these other kingdoms?
Nothing of interest to us at this time. There is always Doom activity that we are following throughout the protected lands. But as I said, what is of concern to us in the kingdom of Evandor is the dooms have gone underground.
Well, I think that might change. I know we tried to keep it secret, and we certainly didn't announce the fact that we got the item that we needed. But there's a lot of people at that winery. I wish I could say all of them are going to keep their mouth shut, but Coin has a way of loosening lips. So I'm hoping your men can stay out there at least until after the Festival
of Death.
Yeah.
Douglan, at this time, there is no indication that our presence at Tianchar or the Whitfield farm will change.
That's good to hear. Well, I'll say that my plan is to see if I can't reconnect with those inside the castle. I still have many friends there. I'm an outsider, if you will, but maybe they'll not look at me with suspicion, and I can see if I can't get some answers. We need to right this ship. The king and queen they're everything. They're Evandor. And if we all think, and I look to the other two, that something big is coming, we're going to need Evandor at its strongest, and not in turmoil like it is.
Well, I would encourage you to try and find Lord Falmorn. If you have any contacts that may be able to let you know where his location is, I do feel it would be important to speak with him. There is a reason that he has chosen to disappear. And the sooner we can determine this reason, the sooner we all may be of assistance to him and the kingdom.
I have a few cards to play, but I'll get right on it.
I'm here at your need if there is any way that the Vanguard can assist.
You guys have been wonderful. Again, I appreciate you taking care of the winery. And Anton, I guess.
He is a fine gentleman. I have made many visits out to the winery and enjoyed a bottle of wine with him. I am quite fond of your father-in-law, actually.
Of course you are.
You'll have to pardon my
Of course you are. That's the perfect answer. Of course you are.
All right. Well, Commander, I appreciate your time. And I will keep you up to date if I find out anything else. And I would appreciate, likewise, we're going to be, all of us, I think, staying at the winery for the foreseeable future. Yeah, indeed.
I will send a word if I find anything out.
I appreciate it. All right. So as we go out, if we clear out, and get past the guards and stuff like that, I'm going to turn to Corey. Corey, is there any way that your folk can get more eyes on the street and find Falmorn? I have a feeling he's the key to a lot of information. Can you get some more eyeballs? I know you always do, but can you put some more people on this?
Douglan, if I recall, last time we were here, your friend had us meet him at the Fortune and Luck House of Smoke. Perhaps Ellen Brushbelly might be able to get him a message. Old habits die hard, and if that's where your friend met us last time, he may still be lurking around.
I think that's a great idea. And perhaps I'd like to go there before I reach out to the guards.
It wouldn't be a bad idea to just leave word for him to maybe meet you at Tianchar, get him out of the city, somewhere where he'll feel safe. surrounded by Vanguard and people he knows, just might be enough to draw that sucker out.
I think you have the right of it. But I don't want to blow his cover. But yeah, let's start there. Excellent. Excellent, Corey.
Well, I'll do what I can for you, mister. Lights up a cigarette.
Easy there, big fella.
Got a little of the halfling weed.
Easterly's finest. The stuff will curl your pubes. Shall we head to the Fortune and Luck?
Yep.
Nightingale is going to kind of, in his Corey-ish swagger, as we're moving along, he's going to be watching for tails. If anyone's tailing us or stuff like that, he'll stop as the other two move on and then kind of meet him up, and just that kind of business. Using his rogue skills to, if they are being tailed, to spot it and lose it the best he can.
All right, are you making your way to the Fortune and Luck now?
Yes.
Yeah, Douglan and Nightingale. We want to see if we can't start. Like, I almost feel like
Cody Nightingale.
Yeah,
Nightingale.
Cody Nightingale. I think we want to start sort of away first, and then when I finally get to the castle, let's call it, I hopefully know a lot more than I know now.
All right, Corey, give us a perception check, please.
That's above average.
You're reasonably sure you're not being followed.
By any humanoids wearing cloaks of average size or weight.
You notice on your way over there several dozen humans of average height wearing cloaks.
Damn it. He'll make sure Douglan is cloaked up as we're traveling.
Oh yeah, no, we were. I'm not announcing anything, although I've been announcing myself everywhere we go. It is I, Douglan. I wish to see Riovar.
Well, you do
come in.
know, no matter how many times you pull that cloak over your face, you are carrying a halberd everywhere you go. Just saying. It's not like you can poke that in your back pocket.
I'm not the only one with a halberd, though, right? Everybody's got one.
Everybody's got one.
Look, there's an average size male.
I'm just pointing out the obvious, friend.
I am kind of known for the halberd. I'm not going to lie. All right.
Perhaps we can get you a sword next time we come into the city. Leave old Betsy at the farm.
You arrive outside of the Fortune and Luck House of Smoke.
Douglan, perhaps you go.
The front door is open, and as often the case with this establishment, smoke is kind of rolling out the door.
Landis,
perhaps you go in alone.
Yeah, I was going to tell you, this is the best smokehouse you'll ever be in, but perhaps
I don't smoke.
Oh, thought you did.
Nightingale is walks over to Douglan, gives him 5 gold coins, and is like, perhaps you could fetch a little more easterly if they've got it. Just saying.
Are we cool? Yeah, we're cool. Yeah, you cool? You cool? Yeah.
I'll be waiting out here with Landis.
All right. I feel like I'm an adult buying underage kids beer. So yeah, he's gonna go in, and actually no, he's gonna start by asking whoever. Well, he goes in. Who does he see?
There's about 3 or 4 patrons. You see Elam is attending. People are are having a little. He's got these little short pipes where they can sample the various, and he's working around. The store is like all along the walls. There are glass containers of the various tobaccos that he sells, and then there's chairs and tables and ashtrays and such, and people sit around and sample the tobacco until they. So he's got 3 people that are in there, and he's making his way around, and he comes over, and when you enter, and well, hello, what can I do for you?
Oh, Master Brushbelly, you don't remember me?
You look somewhat familiar. Maybe you were a friend of a friend?
You have the right of it. Listen, speaking of friends, why don't we get to business first? I have a friend who is absolutely in love with your Easterly. Do you happen to have any this time around?
Oh, I don't, but I do have more coming. Tell your friend, do check back.
Outside, you hear no.
Well, you know, he's not the only friend that loves this. You know, there was a certain lord that you and I both know that loved this as well. If you know what I'm saying.
I do believe I do. But it seems this lord friend of ours is, maybe gone somewhere?
Well, perhaps it can be found with the Easterly. Usually it's close by, no?
Maybe. What if, this Easterly was delivered to Tianchar tonight, maybe?
You read my mind, Master Brushbelly. I told them that you're the best in the business. Hands down. And I'm going to leave the 5 gold. This is for first-class delivery, if you know what I'm saying, okay?
Indeed, my delivery man will arrive, just after dark.
Perfect. That is wonderful. You tell the man that he'll meet the delivery guy, right? Tell him that you have a package for Douglan, okay? And that'll get him through.
Understood.
Much obliged. So, again, Master Brushbelly, I will refer everybody here. You are the best. Hands down.
Thank you. I am the best, though, but thank you.
Indeed. First class, remember. All right. I pull my cloak a little forward and head out.
Nightingale will be out there, or Corey will be smoking.
The last of his Easterly.
Oh, I've got a stash, but you never have too much of that stuff.
Corey, I gotta tell you, you'd be so proud of me. Never once did I mention his name. It was like he and I knew exactly what we were talking about. We did it all
Throw it
in
down,
code.
you little schoolgirl.
It was wonderful. It was all in code. Anyway, your Easterly is coming after dark tonight to Tianchar.
Well then, shall we carry on?
You know, I think we should head back. I don't really want to go to the castle just yet. I think let's get our bearings back. Let's get out of the city. You got someone after you again. Perhaps we should get things ready at the winery. What do you think?
I've done all I can do here. Puts the cigarette out. Let's get out of here. Anything you need to pick up before we leave?
Unfortunately, we're out of Easterly.
I
Could
heard.
get that for you, but maybe it'll come tonight.
I heard.
And I also heard you leave them coins on the table.
Yeah, about that. Oh, it's for delivery. Don't worry.
Okay, let's get our arses out of here. We shall head out back to East T and Char.
Yeah, I think what we should do is head back and as subtly as possible, let the Vanguard say, "Hey, listen, somebody's coming. They're going to say they have a package for Douglan." I don't think we should tell them who it is.
They're delivering some tobacco.
Yeah, indeed, some special tobacco, special delivery. You send them right to us, okay? In fact, escort them in. I would say that would be the safest.
All right,
as we're rolling back up to the main house, Landis is like, I have felt like I've been in a bad written spy novel all day long. It's just crazy. It's just crazy.
Yes, this is all very new to Landis. What is going on with you people? Yeah, you, Douglan, you talked to Captain Barlor. He assures you that when the delivery person arrives, he will be directed to the manor house.
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
So, Douglan, we've let the Vanguard know. We've sent word to hopefully make contact with Lord Felmore. Is that correct?
That's what we're hoping, lad.
I think that's all we can do. The penumbras are looking into whatever they can. Or I won't say penumbras, I'll say my contacts. I think we've discerned a glass of wine or two for all of our efforts. You happen to know where we could get some?
I might be able to find a bottle or two.
Yeah, T&Char maybe has 10,000 bottles of wine in its cellars.
Yes, there's like unlabeled bottles, like full right there. You just grab one, whatever you want. In fact, drink as much as you want. The old man's paying for this.
About what is it, late afternoon about now, Colin?
Late afternoon by the time you arrive back at T&Char. Lafferty and Anton. Lafferty's been having the day of his life as Anton is talking about the grapes and the process and how he can tell when the grapes, and then eventually they make it to the alum grapes, and he shows the boundaries that have been determined over the years where the alum grapes grow, and how Anton has to keep them very specifically spaced apart to get the maximum energies pulled from the earth, and for some reason Anton just loves to answer Lafferty's questions. So it's like a dream come true. He listens intently to Lafferty's ramblings and then answers them, and never has such a gift been given to Lafferty.
So when he sees everybody, he goes right up to Douglan and just goes, "What a wonderful man. Oh my God, he is the kindest soul. Oh my goodness. Really, just, this might have been the best day of my life." And Douglan's just like, Jesus Christ, this guy.
Dear Lord, I reckon you just stepped on a rattlesnake.
Oh, I'm glad you had a good time there. He's all yours, lad. All yours.
All right. Anton and Lafferty arrive from basically, they have been in Anton's, for lack of a better term, laboratory, where he works on the wines and his other endeavors, and he lets everybody know that supper will be ready shortly, earlier than expected, and everyone is in agreement of that, and you're now all just hanging out at T&Char.
Yeah, Douglan's having a nice, the most expensive bottle he could scrounge up from Anton's private collection.
We'll say you're all sitting out on the new front porch,
Mm-hmm.
where the where there is a table for gathering around and enjoying some finer bottles of tea and char wine, hand selected by Douglan as possibly the most expensive ones in the entire winery.
And in fact, he grabbed a couple, said, "Here, Nightingale, one for you. Landis, one for you." Lafferty, forget it. When he sees Anton, though, he's going to be like, "Anton, you know you're going to have to get that dwarf fungus back and build me my own home, you know. Right?"
Douglan, if that's really that important to you, then we'll get it done. I thought I was doing you a favor, son.
Well, listen, I don't need something big, you know that. But I need my own place. Come on, you know that.
Well, I figured as much, and you'd be of this opinion, so I had your own place built above the workshop.
Did you know?
I did. I know you.
You do.
I do.
All right. Well, you pulled a little back. I'll give you that. But where's the rest of my stuff?
It's in that place. I figured you'd be going there eventually.
All right.
Between pulls on his cigarette, Corey looks over. That's as close as I've ever seen two of you of making up.
Well, I guess it's a time for celebrating. Actually, I'd like to take this moment to thank you all. Nightingale, you were there from the start. Landis, Lafferty. Without you, I don't think we come back alive. All of you, truly. I'm one step closer to getting my Maggie back because of you. So I raise my very, very expensive glass of alcohol. Thank you. And if there's something I can do for any of you, you just name it, and I will help. Takes a big swig.
We'll all enjoy a glass of this excellent vintage.
Anton kind of looks at... Well, should we just eat here, then?
Why not?
I'll let the kitchen staff know. And he takes off into the manor house.
Well, gentlemen, let's recap what we know. I have one burning question, and Douglan, perhaps you might be able to enlighten me, being that you've got the most experience with the king and queen.
I think there's some ointment for that. But anyway, go ahead.
You're a funny man.
The alcohol's starting to hit Douglan.
What is the advantage or the reasoning behind moving their children out of Evandor? What do you think's the logic behind that?
Well, that's just it. I don't think it's logic, Corey. I really don't. I think they're making decisions not of their own free will, is my guess. Again, I've been serving them for 20 years. Nothing about their behavior the last 3 or 4 months makes sense. Nothing. I mean, I understand getting spooked because you had someone try to take your life. I get that. But to this extent, no. Something's motivating them, and it's not reason.
It would take a lot, I think, for a mother to give up her child.
My point exactly.
Well,
Douglan, you know with fact that Jen Bellis is an incredibly doting mother.
Yeah.
It is a big deal that she let her children from under her thumb, sort of.
Right. How old are the kids again, roughly?
14 and 16.
No way. No way. And I say that. I mean, Corey, they're 14 and 16. No mother's letting them go without going with them, or under duress of some kind. So that they're either being threatened, or they've been brainwashed by through their advocates. They're not even talking to their own people. Something ain't right. I'm hoping. I'm hoping our delivery
a lot of the cards we've been getting dealt over this aren't turning into anything we can use, but I'm sure eventually it's all going to fall into place.
Let's hope so. Well, I'm hoping our delivery has some more.
Should be interesting.
Yeah.
As long as they bring that damn Easterling.
Paid good coin for it.
I paid good coin for it.
Right.
That's what you said.
This
conversation's going on. Landis will actually open up his book to his grandfather again. And under the last entry he wrote, he's going to quickly jot in there, just found out that dooms have gone dark in Evandor. Please enlighten. And close the book up quickly and slip it away privately.
Okay.
And he'll be like, well, gentlemen, these last few 10 days have been very interesting. There seems to be a lot of big pieces on the board in Emathan, and I don't think we've finished our business completely. We may have dealt with one thing temporarily, but I think it's all systemic to something larger going on. So what's our next move?
Well, I think I need to spend some time here, either between here and the city, finding out everything that I can. As I said, I might have sort of a unique standing that I have contacts, but I really haven't been part of the guard, so maybe they'll not look at me as a internal threat, if you will. And I still have a lot of friends. I left on good terms, and perhaps they'll be happy to see that I've sort of come out of wherever I was. So for the near future, I'm going to be staying here. Lafferty's like, yeah, I'm going to be here too. I have so much to learn from Anton. I mean, we talked about the harvesting and the time frame and how the bonding agents just come together. Lafferty, we get it.
We're all sure you're best of friends, young guy.
Yeah. No, I have a number of projects, guys, that I think are gonna. I got a lot of projects on my mind here that I know he can help out with. And if I have a base of operations and all the tools, yeah, it's going to be wonderful. Can I stay, Douglan? Is that okay? Of course. That was the deal. What about you?
Well, it's been a while since I've been back in Alagon, so I was thinking about checking out that for a couple of days at least. I don't know, it'd be quite the journey to get there, but we ain't got nothing pressing. I wouldn't mind taking a visit home.
And you? Because I don't know who I'm talking to. I don't know if it's Corey or Landis. Sorry.
That was Corey.
Okay. I'm sorry, Barry.
That's okay. Either do I at this point.
What about you, Landis?
Well, I believe I'll head to Alagon as well. There's a library there I'd love to get myself lost in for a few days. See what we can't drum up with some of the recent enlightenments we've had about what's going on around Emathan.
Well, lads, I know, well, at least one of you was hired just to do this job, but I get the sense we might be intertwined a little more than just finding the sickle. Well, if that's the case, Well, I can think of worse people to be around.
Yeah, like that Corvus fella that was with us at the start. God damn, he was a pain in the ass.
Fucking Rangers, man. I'm telling you.
Never let him in the party.
No.
Anton arrives back with the kitchen staff in tow, and they start dishing out food on the table and plates, and soon the table is, fully set and just covered in food of all sorts.
Oh, tell me there's protein. Tell me there's meat on this table.
Oh, there's
Tell me
meats of
something
all
was
sorts.
named something at least once.
Yeah, something died to feed us, right?
Well, have some of the casserole. We call it peaches.
No.
I just rode peaches. I know that's a lie. How dare you threaten her? We will dig in, man, like we have not eaten anything with a pulse.
Oh yeah,
days.
there's chicken and pork and beef and fish and all kinds of food. Anton has gone out of his way to have a meal befitting of your return.
Nightingale, basically anything that may have had feathers on it is now on his plate.
And anything that didn't, he laid a feather on it and then took some.
If it flew, it is in his belly. That's his favorite. I loves to eat bird.
All right. Well, you all are eating and drinking and enjoying the evening when a rider arrives at Tianchar. It is a delivery man from the Fortune and Luck. And he has been allowed through and rides up to the front of the manor house where you are all sitting and eating. He dismounts and walks up the stairs onto the porch, takes his hood and pulls it back, and it is Lord Falmorn.
Damn it, I thought you were going to say it was a golem made of Easterly.
Thank heavens. Lord Falmorn, it is good to see you.
Douglan, it's good to see you.
Come.
I appreciate you looking in on me.
Of course. Come. Sit. Look at all this food. We need to talk.
He comes and sits next to Douglan, and well, I have lots to tell you about. Maybe you can begin by telling me, how was your travels?
Successful.
Excellent. And I don't know everyone, I guess.
My apologies. This is Corey Fairbanks.
Corey?
Pleasure.
The peculiar one over there is Lafferty Jones. And the stoic one there is Landis.
Pleasure to meet you.
All of them
Pleasure to meet you both.
played a role in getting us all back here in one piece. I owe my life, each and every one of them. And they know
I assume, Douglan, we can talk freely to all here.
Is Anton there? Because fuck no if Anton's there.
Anton's there.
Tell you what, why don't we eat first? Have a few drinks, and then you and I and maybe Corey will go have a chat.
Sounds good. Lord Falmorn digs in. He's obviously a hungry man. Enjoys a glass of wine or two. And
how does he look? How does he look?
He looks good. He looks good.
He's healthy. He doesn't look like he's
no different than when you last saw him.
Okay.
The entire time he's eating, Corey hasn't taken his eyes off him. You don't happen to have anything for me, do you?
Douglan starts to laugh. Oh, sorry. I told Corey here that you were delivering some Easterly. Did Brushbelly by chance give you any?
I was waiting for the right opportunity, but he just happened, and he pulls out a pouch, to have found a little bit to offer up, Corey.
Smells like home. And he'll begin to roll up large cigars for everyone at the table.
Big old fatties.
Big old fatties.
Now, Douglan, maybe we should speak.
Yes.
Douglan, perhaps the three of us take a walk in the vineyard.
Yeah.
Well, our compatriots finish this fine meal.
Yeah. Lean over to Lafferty and just say, Lafferty, keep Anton busy, would you? Oh, yes, of course. Absolutely. Anton, I've been meaning to ask you, and then he just trails off.
And for some reason, Anton just loves talking to Lafferty.
Damn it.
Just loves it.
Landis will interject from time to time in the conversation. Like,
I feel more like Landis would be sitting there watching it like a train wreck.
Yeah. Like, how is this possible? The
How can you
patience.
talk that
every
long
now and then
without-
he'll be like, and breathe, Lafferty.
Okay, Corey and Douglan and Felmorn grab a couple of lanterns and wander off into the vineyard.
Corey doesn't need a lantern.
Douglan very much does.
The other two do.
Yeah. So
It was just my subtle way of saying my hands full.
so yeah, Douglan's going to recount, their adventures, including, the time space continuum that they went through. I mean, I don't think he's going to talk. He doesn't know about the sickle. So no,
Lord Felmorn's really not involved in any of it.
No, he'll just sort of kind of go over that they, more of the highlights, like we fought lightning snakes and we met a banshee and kind of keep it on the, what he would think a commander would be interested in, and then more importantly he gets down to it, which is, so what have you learned?
Well, Douglan, as you know, I had my suspicions about the king and queen. And unfortunately, several 10 days ago, those suspicions were proven true. I have been able to determine that the king and queen are imposters who are working for King Graynor Wilhorn. Douglan, you are familiar with King Graynor. He is so King Graynor Wilhorn rules over a kingdom that sits just outside the edge of what is considered the protected lands. King Graynor has tried repeatedly to become a part of the protected lands, but he continuously loses that vote in the annual council when he makes his plea to become a part of the protected lands. So Lord Felmorn basically believes that, or has learned, so he was eavesdropping on the king and queen and heard them make these references to working for King Graynor Wilhorn. They caught him eavesdropping. He managed to escape, and he's been basically hiding out ever since. He's basically using Elam's basement as his base of operations. And that's so Elam was quite aware of what you were looking for when you arrived. It was definitely the right place to go. As far as Lord Felmorn is concerned, no one else knows in the castle what's going on.
What about this Torbella Nightstar? She in the mix?
Well, I am unsure as to why things have progressed the way they are. Douglan, as you know, I have been grooming Arnett as my replacement for years. I do believe that Torbella, who is very capable, but was not yet groomed for that position, has been put in that place to cause discord within the Royal Guard.
Makes sense.
So she's a unknowing pawn to the situation.
Perhaps set up to fail.
She is very capable of doing the job, but because she was not the next in line, it will cause a lot of discord.
Where are the kids?
They are with their aunt and uncle in the summer castle.
Their real aunt and uncle?
To the best of my understanding, it is their real aunt and uncle.
Who sent them there?
The king and queen.
The imposters?
The imposters.
So
I do believe, Douglan, that if I were in their position, if there was anyone that would be able to identify me as an imposter, it would be my children.
Of course.
Makes sense. They'd be getting rid of them quick.
I have a very sensitive question, and I don't know if I want to know the answer. Where are the real ones?
While I was eavesdropping, they made mention of several things that lead me to believe that the king and queen are being held at King Graynor's castle. What is important here, Douglan, is we must find a way to expose the king and queen as imposters. I feel this is the only way that we can quell the growing tension and unease in the kingdom of Evandor. They must be shown up as imposters. We cannot simply return the original king and queen to power. That will leave too many questions.
How are they able to look exactly like them?
I do not know. They look, sound, and act exactly like the king and queen.
And these imposters have managed to fool the advisors?
It would appear so. They had me fooled.
Do you think any of the advisors are in on it?
I don't know the answer to that, Douglan. It's possible, although the look of concern that I see in Searless and Alina's face tells me no.
All right. Well, I think we might need to take the night here to figure out a plan.
Oh, indeed, I have taken several nights to try and figure out a plan.
Well, maybe me being back, I can, as I've been talking about, reconnecting with some of the lads and ladies back at the castle. I've been sort of out of the loop. Perhaps they'll not look at me as a internal threat. Poke around a little bit, see if I can't get in good graces with someone, and also knowing these facts, I can keep my eyes out. Are we able to get eyes on the castle, Greynor's castle?
Oh, she's a tight drum right now.
As
It
you'd
looks-
suspect it would be.
Yeah, he kind of casually looks at Corey without saying anything. So, any suggestions?
I am
Ah.
working several angles to confirm that the king and queen may be in the kingdom of Wilhorn. My initial thoughts are I don't want to move on this until we know where the king and queen are for sure.
I agree. Because if something happens to the imposter, they can just take him out.
Exactly. We need to keep the ruse until we know for sure where the real king and queen are. Then we can execute on their recovery and showing the imposters as who they are.
Indeed. Tell me. I've heard rumor that all of the decisions are going through the advisors. They're not talking directly to anyone. Is this correct?
It is.
Do they come out of the castle at all? Do they just stay in their room? Where are they seen by the public?
Never.
Well, an initial thought of mine is if and when we're able to find the real king and queen and we can at least make a move to get them safe, I may have an idea to draw at least one of them out. And I think, although you hate to use them, perhaps the kids at the aunt and uncle might be a way to do that. Publicly announcing danger to them or something afoot. They'd have to respond, wouldn't they? Perhaps we could set something up there.
It's
Just a thought.
possible, Douglan, but their actions, I'm unsure if they would react.
It's true. But they need to keep up the ruse. I assume they're waiting for the next council vote, if I'm not mistaken. Right? Isn't that why they're in place?
It will come in the fall, yes.
Fall and Feast of the Dead Feast of the Death.
Festival of Death? Yeah,
Festival
you're getting into basically the fall time. That's when the council meets twice a year.
Mm-hmm.
Douglan,
Correct.
perhaps the falling of this festival might be something we can use. Tea and Char Winery being back in operation has had a long history with Evandor, and perhaps inviting all of the delegates for the upcoming election to Tea and Char Winery to help celebrate the Festival of Death could draw them out.
The king and queen were, I'm not going to say regular visitors out here, but they definitely made an appearance or two.
So, as a point of reference, the council occurs in Elegon.
God damn it.
So everyone is expected to travel to Elegon from all the kingdoms in the protected lands for the vote.
Well, there you go. There's your
or for the
opportunity.
council. The vote will be a part of the council. That's not the only thing that occurs.
If we can't get the king and queen in the public, maybe we can get to them on their journey to Alagon.
Well, something tells me it's not just getting the imposters. We got to find the real ones. Tell me, does this Graynor, does he get invited to these council meetings of the council?
King Graynor will be there to petition for the kingdom of Greynor's acceptance.
And he is on the edge of the protected lands.
Right? Yeah, so if you follow around the protected lands, like if you're looking at the map, there's the kingdom of Stoneborn, and then the sort of the main road continues off up into the wilds. Just a little further north along there is the kingdom of Graynor. Or I guess it would be the kingdom of Wilhorn, sorry.
Wilhorn, okay.
Yeah.
Well, gentlemen, it would seem we've got some time. Perhaps we work on the angle of Lord Felmore and Douglan yourself. You see if you can find us an inn with the convoy that'll be taking the king and queen to Alagon. Meanwhile, we do what we can and we put out our feelers to see if we can track down any word on the king and queen's whereabouts so that we can split this operation into two, factions. Mm-hmm. One is a search and rescue. The other one is an expose and reveal.
Yep.
You got some time? We got some time?
Mm-hmm.
Once I'm in Alagon, perhaps I can find out some information about where this vote's going to be going and set something up there for the big reveal.
Lord Falmorn, who were the dissenting votes in the council, and were there any for?
One moment, please.
Mm-hmm.
If you don't know that information, you can always get to it.
Yeah, kind of the way he's going with, is that, go ahead.
I could find out that information. I do not know off the top of my head. I know generally there have been only 2 kingdoms have voted in favor of Wilhorn being allowed to enter. The vote has always failed substantially.
But is it a question of just one more kingdom?
No. Wilhorn would require several more kingdoms. It must be a unanimous vote.
You know what I'm thinking of, don't you? That Evandor's not the only target.
I have thought the same, Douglan.
Well, you pull a thread and it just keeps going, doesn't it?
Indeed.
Now, if he's got imposters, dare I ask why he would keep our king and queen alive? Can you see the point to that?
At this point, Douglan, I am hoping the king and queen are alive. My hope lies in the fact that there may be information that the imposters do not know that they are trying to get from the king and queen so that they are better prepared for what lies ahead at the council.
Indeed. It's one thing to look and talk and act, but I assume you can't go back and have all the memories and relationships and all of that. I see your
Indeed.
point. Well, that will give me solace. All right then. So I still think I should try to get closer to the kingdom. Ours here. Um, who did the who was the first people to find the king and queen after the night of the assassination attempt?
I do believe it was myself and Alina.
Okay. And there was nothing odd about it.
Other than they clearly had been attacked, no.
All right.
Douglan, if I remember correctly, the last time we were here, it was a bit perplexing how someone got in and out without being seen.
Mm-hmm. Out of game, have we heard of changelings? I don't want to meta this.
Well,
Yeah.
Then don't meta
they're
it.
kind of creatures of myth and legend,
Mm-hmm.
but
Yeah.
Yep.
Corey, perhaps you could ask Landis to do a little research. I've heard of beings that can take on the shape of others, but don't know the truth to it. But maybe not the reason why. Perhaps he can look into it.
Douglan and Corey will weave a bit of magic, cast silent image, and put up images of the king and queen standing beside us. Anything can be done with magic. And then makes them disappear.
But very impressive, I might say. But don't you think that, I mean, I know for a fact that we have our own wizards that can detect magic. They'd know if the king and queen, the duplicates, were magic. What I've heard of these things, it's not magic, it's who they are. That's what I said. Perhaps we can do a little more research, and I'll turn to Falmore. I mean, we've done the diligence on the arcane side, haven't we?
we have.
And no sign of magic anywhere. Yeah.
Very peculiar.
It's not illusion, mate. Something's else.
I'll ask him.
If you could. This means a lot, lad.
Lord Felmore, what's your plan? Anything we can assist you with?
I will be gone for some time to inquire about the king and queen's potential imprisonment at at King Greynor's castle. I plan to leave within the next few days.
All right. You're gonna go alone, I assume.
I do feel that would be best for now. And when I return, we will be better prepared to formulate a plan to show up the imposters and return the proper king and queen.
Extra king.
Or at the very least, if the unfortunate fate of the king and queen are then known, we can still show up the imposters and then deal with the ramification.
All right, then. Well, Corey, out of the pot into the frying pan.
And you thought I brought on trouble.
Fair enough.
All right, you all return to the manor house where everyone is still enjoying the food and the wine and the conversation. And Lord Falmorn, the delivery man, bids his farewell. He says not to expect him. When he returns, he will let you know.
Safe travels, lad.
And he rides off into the night. And I think that will be a really good spot to end the session.
That was like the weaving of so many storylines.
As we like to do. So, yeah, we'll finish up the session here. I am going to sign us out.
On my
And-
Emathan tack board, there are so many extra red lines coming off of things now. Oh,
It's
I bet.
what a tangled
It's
web
over
we
here.
weave.
And this
All
is
right.
over there.
I'm going to sign us out for the night. Thanks, guys.
Yeah, until next time.